Chapter 307. Of course, this woman's tribe had also accidentally given their once-in-a-lifetime chance to share memories with someone else. If the other party satisfied them and was willing to become their path partner, that was fine. If they were not satisfied, or if the other party was unwilling, they would kill the other party without hesitation. Furthermore, in such situations, it was usually because they were not satisfied that they killed the man who accidentally shared memories with them. Should I be thankful that I satisfied her? Zhou Donghuang laughed bitterly to himself. He had heard of the tribe that this woman belonged to in his previous life, but he had never come into contact with them. The people of that tribe were all women, and their powerful genes meant that as long as they had a child with a man from another tribe, as long as it was a girl, the child would inherit their tribe's bloodline. The women of this tribe in the boundless universe were the dream partners of all men. They were as pure as ice and as clean as jade, and they would only acknowledge one man in their lifetime. Once they mated with a man, they would bring great benefits to that man, and they could be said to be the perfect vessel for a man to practice. In his previous life, some male adepts had wanted to mate with their tribe because of this. The foolish ones would forcefully abduct the members of their tribe, but often before they could succeed, the other party would choose to self-destruct in order to preserve their innocence and perish together with them. The clever ones would often openly pursue the members of their tribe and then mate with them step by step. Of course, the women of this tribe were also very picky. When they chose a path partner, they would usually not choose a mediocre person, not only for their own sake, but also for the sake of their descendants. Just like now, Zhou Donghuang did not think that it was his appearance that had satisfied the other party. What she was satisfied with was definitely the memories that he had shared with her, and what she was interested in was his future achievements. His memories came from 1,000 years in the future, and these 1,000 years of memories were destined to make him extraordinary. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had been at the ultimate immortal stage, and his achievements in this life would only be higher than in his previous life. Divine Soul Shaper! At the same time, the woman named Emo Ningsang's deep gaze was still locked onto Zhou Donghuang. My man, as long as you do not die prematurely, you will definitely become a god in the future. I am also very interested in some of your memories, so give me some as a betrothal gift when you marry me in the future. As for the dowry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you some in advance. Just as Emo Ningsang finished speaking, the spirit energy in the surrounding air suddenly became restless, and it became more and more restless. At the same time, the spirit energy in the air around the Guiyao planet also became more and more turbulent. The turbulence of the spirit energy in the Guiyao planet caused the beasts in various parts of the Guiyao planet to run around. Some of the beasts that were initially docile also began to fight at this moment. What happened? Even He-Jin, who was in the starry sky outside the Guiyao planet, could sense the unusual movement of the spirit energy in the Guiyao planet. He entered the Guiyao planet immediately and realized that the restless spirit energy in the Guiyao planet was gathering in one direction. Could it be that Donghuang has really discovered the reason for the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet becoming restless? Is he the one who caused this scene? While He-Jin was shocked, he was also trying to figure out which direction the spirit energy was heading in. Very quickly, he arrived at the waterfall in front of the water curtain cave. However, He-Jin did not know that there was a water curtain cave behind the waterfall. This was because the spirit energy that was gathering from all directions had entered the cave through the rocks surrounding the waterfall. He could only confirm that there was something hidden within the rocks where the waterfall was located. Just as He-Jin's divine will swept out and enveloped the rocks surrounding the waterfall, wanting to investigate further, he seemed to sense something. He was first stunned, and then his expression changed. This was because a strong wave of inner yuan was sweeping out from within the rocks, like a violent storm. In an instant, he was so frightened that he retracted his divine will. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. He-Jin stood in the air, and at this moment he could hear the deafening roar in his ears. Immediately, he felt a strong, invisible force from all around him that was suppressing him. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not activate the inner yuan in his body. His inner yuan had been completely suppressed. What a terrifying force! He Jin's eyes narrowed, and his expression was one of shock. Even an ultimate divine transformation adept might not have the ability to suppress me like this, right? Suppressing me from afar. Although my level of practice is only at the early divine transformation stage, my power is stronger than that of an average mid-divine transformation adept. Jin was frightened, and it was not a light one at that. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Jin's expression changed again. Oh no, Donghuang might be inside. This time, he knew very well why Zhou Donghuang had come. Now, with this strange movement in front of him, he guessed that it had something to do with Zhou Donghuang. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Precisely because of this, he guessed that all this had been triggered by Zhou Donghuang. Now, Zhou Donghuang was most likely inside, and this made him extremely anxious, although he and Zhou Donghuang had not known each other for long. However, Zhou Donghuang's appearance had brought about an earth-shattering change to him and his daughter, no matter in which aspect. He had always been grateful to Zhou Donghuang, but today he had to watch as something happened to him. He wanted to go in and see what was going on inside, and see if he could save Zhou Donghuang. However, the power that was suppressing him from all directions made it impossible for him to move. Even now, he was only able to float in the air because of the power that was suppressing him. His power had been completely suppressed, and he could not mobilize it at all. \B. Time returned to a few breaths ago. Jin, who came with you, is here. He's just outside. Inside the cave, Mo Ningsong said to Zhou Donghuang. Luckily, I shared your memories. Otherwise, if I saw such a human approaching, I would have killed him before he could even get close. Valley Head. Hearing Mo Ningsong's words, Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first, but he quickly regained his senses and heaved a sigh of relief. Now, the commotion that Mo Ningsong had caused was so great that the spirit energy of the entire Guiyao planet was in turmoil. This situation would definitely attract the attention of Jin, who was outside the Guiyao planet. After all, he was still on the Guiyao planet. Based on Jin's character, there was no way he would let something happen to him. All right, next, sit down cross-legged and focus on your Lord of the Four Supremes. Mo Ningsong spoke again. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang sat down cross-legged and began to practice the Lord of the Four Supremes. Because he had shared his memories with Mo Ningsong, he was not surprised that Mo Ningsong knew his secrets, although it was a strange feeling. However, he also knew that he did not have the ability to interfere in all of this. If he was stronger than Mo Ningsong, he could easily kill Mo Ningsong, and then no one would know his secret. But the problem was, Mo Ningsong was a separating divinity stage adept, who was above the divine transformation stage. In the Honglio galaxy, a separating divinity stage adept would be invincible. Even if the two transcendental forces of the Honglio galaxy joined forces, they would not be able to stop such an adept. What more him now? Therefore, even though he felt that it was strange that his memories had been read, there was nothing he could do. As for how to resolve this matter, I'll have to wait and see for now. It's already good enough that I'm still alive. Zhou Donghuang's heart was filled with bitterness. Being weak was still a sin. Now, everything was under Mo Ningsong's control. Even if Mo Ningsong wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. As he practiced, Zhou Donghuang could feel waves of liquefied spirit energy entering his body, following the path of the Lord of the Four Supremes. After every major circulation, his level of practice would increase correspondingly. Furthermore, this increase was very fast and exaggerated. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Donghuang realized that his two Dharma powers, which had yet to enter the primordial soul stage, had also entered the primordial soul stage. Then, the four early primordial soul stage primordial souls underwent another transformation. One by one, the primordial souls broke through to the mid-primordial soul stage, then the late primordial soul stage. Only when all 4 primordial souls had broken through to the late primordial soul stage did the external spirit energy stop entering Zhou Donghuang's body. More accurately, the spirit energy that had been gathered from all over the Guiyao planet was almost completely depleted. Zhou Donghuang opened his eyes, and what he saw was a beautiful face that was drenched in sweat. It was not difficult to sense that the woman in front of him had become much weaker. It was obvious that she had overexerted herself. Seeing this, Zhou Donghuang's heart could not help but throb. Most of all, he was grateful. "You didn't have to do this." Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly. "Even if it was me, it would not have taken me long to reach my current level of practice. You've used up all your energy and inner yuan to help me gather the spirit energy of the Guiyao planet to increase my level of practice. It's too much for you. In the next year and a half, I'm afraid you will be in a weakened state. Now, even an ordinary separating divinity, adept, would be able to kill you." If at the start, Zhou Donghuang was not too sure what Mo Ningsang was trying to do, now, after experiencing it himself and following the memories of Mo Ningsang that he had previously shared with her, he knew what Mo Ningsang had done. Mo Ningsang had used the secret technique of her tribe to gather the spirit energy of the Guiyao planet to help him increase his level of practice. This secret technique could only be used once in a lifetime by the members of her tribe. Furthermore, it consumed a lot of energy. "My man, I've shared your memories, and I know of your desire for power. I'm just doing my best to help you. However, I can only help you this much," Mo Ningsang said slowly. "This can be considered part of the dowry that I'm giving you in advance. I look forward to you coming to my tribe in the future and openly marrying me. Also, that girl named Luo Qinghan is my bottom line. In the future, before your power surpasses mine, I will not allow you to fool around with other women. Otherwise, I will cut you up." As she finished speaking, Mo Ningsang's figure disappeared before Zhou Donghuang's eyes. It was obvious that she had left. The word "cut" in Mo Ningsang's last sentence caused Zhou Donghuang to feel a chill, as if a cold wind had blown past him. Chapter 308. The elixirs here should be of some use to you, so I'll leave them for you. Now it's time for me to leave. As Mo Ningsang finished speaking, her fairy-like figure had already drifted out of Zhou Donghuang's sight. She left behind another sentence before completely disappearing. "You've already read through my memories, so there's no need for me to say more. I'll wait for you to come to my clan and marry me." After Mo Ningsang left, Zhou Donghuang was still in a daze, as if he was in a dream. After a while, he recovered his senses and smiled bitterly. Could it be that in my previous life I was so pitiful? God pitied me and arranged so many romantic encounters for me? First, it was Luo Qinghan, and now it's Mo Ningsang. It was all an accident. At the start, Zhou Donghuang had been very bothered by the fact that Mo Ningsang had shared his memories, and had even thought of killing Mo Ningsang to prevent any future trouble, but now he had temporarily given up on that idea. Based on the current situation, not only did Mo Ningsang not have any ill intentions towards him, but she really did see him as her partner. She had even burned her heart's energy to use a secret technique to forcefully gather the spirit weapons of the Guiyao planet for him, helping him increase his level of practice at an extremely fast rate. In my memories, this secret technique can only be used by the direct descendants of that clan. There is a limit to one's energy, and using this secret technique once in a lifetime does not have much effect on the direct descendants of that clan. If they forcefully use it a second time, it will deplete their life force, and unless they have no other choice, no one in that clan would be willing to use this secret technique a second time. The human heart was mutual. As long as one had a conscience, if you treated me well, I would naturally not harm you. Now, Zhou Donghuang was like this, and he had already dispelled his animosity towards Mo Ningsang. However, with regards to the sudden, or perhaps even inexplicable marriage, he really did not know how to deal with it. Luo Qinghan alone was already difficult enough for him to handle, and now there was Mo Ningsang. Forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time. As for them, it's all up to fate. Thinking of this, Zhou Donghuang was relieved. Late stage, primordial divinity. As Zhou Donghuang thought this, for powerful auras swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, for majestic primordial soul powers condensed in the void, and each of the primordial soul powers emitted a terrifying aura. The first primordial soul power was a dragon that coiled in the air. It was dozens of meters long and had a domineering aura. It was the green dragon primordial soul power that Zhou Donghuang had cultivated using the Lord of the Four Supremes. The second primordial soul power was a bird, and its inner yuan was raging all over its body, as if it was on fire, and there was a faint heat emanating from it. It was Zhou Donghuang's vermilion bird primordial soul power. The third primordial spirit was a ferocious giant tiger. Its robust body seemed to contain a terrifying, explosive power. It was the white tiger primordial spirit. The last primordial spirit was a giant, tortoise-like creature. It was as big as a mountain, but at the end of its tail was another head, like a python or a dragon. It was the black tortoise primordial spirit. Ordinary people have two choices when cultivating their primordial soul power. One is to cultivate a human-shaped primordial soul power, and the other is to cultivate a primordial soul power that evolves from Dharma power. As for me, I have no choice but to cultivate the primordial soul power of the Four Supremes, as I practice the Lord of the Four Supremes. Of course, with just a thought, I can transform any one of the primordial soul power of the Four Supremes into a human-shaped primordial soul power that I project. Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang thought this, the primordial soul power of the Four Supremes in the void trembled and transformed into 4 human-shaped primordial souls. There were 4 enlarged versions of Zhou Donghuang. Furthermore, the aura that each Zhou Donghuang exuded was different, and it was not the same aura that the Four Supremes exuded. With my current ability, I have the ability to kill anyone below the divine transformation stage, unless they are a primordial soul adept who has also cultivated an ancient primordial soul technique, even if they are an elite adept of the ultimate primordial soul stage. After carefully sensing his abilities, Zhou Donghuang had a deep understanding of his current ability, and all of this could be said to have been given to him by Mo Ningsang. I really owe her a big favor. Zhou Donghuang sighed softly before regaining his composure. He collected a pile of spirit herbs that had grown in the cave abode due to the abundance of spirit energy in the past. Just as Mo Ningsang had said, these spirit herbs were useful to him. They were all spirit herbs that could be used to refine the core drugs that divine transformation adepts needed. The valley head is still outside. After collecting the spirit herbs, Zhou Donghuang then remembered He Jin, who had come to the Guiyao planet with him. Now that she has left, it seems that she has not imprisoned the valley head. When Zhou Donghuang flew out of the waterfall, he saw He Jin standing in the voided distance away. His expression was extremely solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It was only when he saw Zhou Donghuang emerge that his furrowed brows relaxed. With a shocked expression, he asked, "Donghuang, you actually came out from inside? Was there a powerful being inside?" He did not even show himself. Just the power that extended from inside was enough to restrain and suppress me. That being did not make things difficult for you. Although the restraining and suppressive power had disappeared, he did not dare to act rashly before knowing what the other party was thinking. He remained where he was. After waiting for a while, Zhou Donghuang appeared. No, Zhou Donghuang shook his head. She has already left. Left? Zhou Donghuang's words caused He Jin to heave a long sigh of relief. It's good that she has left. It's good that she has left. If possible, he really did not want to face that power again. It was also because the other party had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have died a few hundred times over. Valley Head, after following you back to the Tai Lao planet, I plan to leave immediately and will not return to the sect. Third senior sister, and De Zhuang, please help me inform them. Zhou Donghuang said to He. With his current ability, he could already do many things that he had been unable to do in the past. In the coming period, he would be very busy. All right, He replied. On the way back, although He was very curious about what had happened to Zhou Donghuang on the Guiyao planet, he did not ask in the end. This was because everyone had their own secrets, and since Zhou Donghuang did not take the initiative to talk about it, it was not convenient for him to ask. However, the level of practice that Zhou Donghuang had displayed once again still left him dumbfounded. Late primordial soul stage? One had to know that when he had first arrived, Zhou Donghuang had only been an early primordial soul adept. In such a short period of time, he had already reached the late primordial soul stage. It seems like the large-scale loss of spirit energy on the Guiyao planet has something to do with Zhou Donghuang's breakthrough in practice. It must have been the help of the separating divinity or higher who helped Zhou Donghuang increase his level of practice. Now, it was not difficult for He to guess this. This was because, under normal circumstances, no matter how talented Zhou Donghuang was, it was impossible for him to break through 2 levels of practice in such a short period of time. After returning to the Tai Lao planet where the Lightning Sword sect was located, Zhou Donghuang bade farewell to He and went to the galaxy teleporter outside the Lightning Sword sect's base. Just as Zhou Donghuang was about to leave, a figure appeared near the galaxy teleporter. Zhou Donghuang is not dead. It seems like the 7th prince's guess was correct. The 3 masters have failed. But Valley Head He alone, did he have the ability to defeat and even kill the 3 masters? He had seen Zhou Donghuang and He return together, so he knew that He had left with Zhou Donghuang. The failure of the 3 masters of the Qi dynasty was most likely related to He as well. However, He strength made him doubt He in his heart. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. I'm just a messenger. I'll just report this matter to the 7th prince. On a faraway planet, the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty, Qifeng, had been waiting for news. Chu Wei and the other 2 masters had been pursuing the Lightning Sword sect disciple, Zhou Donghuang, for a long time and had not returned. This made him realize that something was amiss, so he once again sent out an order to the few people hidden in the Lightning Sword sect to keep a close eye on Zhou Donghuang's whereabouts. 7th Prince. A voice came from outside. The secret guards of the Lightning Sword sect have sent news. There's finally news. Although Qifeng did not look too good, and he had a bad feeling about this, he still walked out to listen to the report. After listening to the report, even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be stunned. That Zhou Donghuang is unharmed? Furthermore, he returned to the Lightning Sword sect with the Autumn Valley Head He. He had never imagined that this would be the result. If it had been the 2 divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword sect, he could still understand. He, this Autumn Valley Head of the Lightning Sword sect, in his eyes, and even in the eyes of the Qi dynasty, was just a nobody. In the Hongliu galaxy, adepts who had not entered the divine transformation stage were not even worth the attention of the Qi dynasty. Did the 2 divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword sect leave the Lightning Sword sect? Qifeng asked in a low voice. The secret guard said that, ever since Zhou Donghuang left the Lightning Sword sect, until Zhou Donghuang returned, the 2 divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword sect had not left the Lightning Sword sect. The person continued to report. Hearing this, Qifeng was silent for a while, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He could not help but squint his eyes. Interesting. Looks like the Autumn Valley Head of the Lightning Sword sect, He has most likely entered the divine transformation stage. Even if he has just entered the divine transformation stage, if it was a sneak attack, it would be enough to kill Chu Wei and the other 2. Other than that, there is another possibility: he has external help. However, the possibility of this is very low. Qi Feng guessed as he muttered to himself. "Your Highness," the person said. The secret guards also reported that Zhou Donghuang had used the galaxy teleporter to reach his destination. "This is useless." Qi Feng regained his calm and indifferent appearance and said indifferently, "As long as he's not stupid, he'll first go to a random place to transfer, and then from that place to his destination. Moreover, even if he really goes to that place, trying to find him is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, we cannot just let this matter rest. Let's kill He Jin first and see if Zhou Donghuang can still hide outside peacefully." Chapter 309. Zhou Donghuang did not know that in this life his appearance in the Hunglio galaxy had caused many people's fates to change drastically. It was not just the people of the Lightning Sword sect and the Autumn Valley, but the entire Lightning Sword sect and many people of the Qi dynasty. Because of Zhou Donghuang's appearance, their lives had changed completely. Everyone's fates were changing. Zhou Donghuang returned to 1,000 years ago. Like a small butterfly, he flew into the originally orderly space and time. Although his strength was not considered great, he still affected the operation of this space and time. In fact, 10 years ago, this change had already begun on the Ziyun planet. Many people's fates had undergone earth-shattering changes because of the change in his life trajectory. In my memory, in my previous life, the divine beast cub that was fought over by many of the great tribes and sects of the galaxy and was accidentally killed appeared in this area. After leaving the Tailao planet of the Hunglio galaxy, Zhou Donghuang did not directly go to his destination, which was one of the planets in the Xianting galaxy, the Yetong planet. He took a stroll in a certain galaxy teleportation array on a planet in another galaxy. Then he came here. This time he had only one goal: the divine beast cub. Divine beasts were actually a type of demonic beasts, but they possessed the most noble bloodline among the demonic beasts. It was said that they were born with inherited memories. As long as they were given time, they would sooner or later undergo tribulation and evolve into a divine beast, ascending to the divine world. Divine beasts were invincible in the same stage. It was said that in the ancient times there were human adepts who could fight against divine beasts of the same stage, but there were none now. In the past, Zhou Donghuang did not know the difference between the adepts of the ancient times and the adepts of the current era. However, after meeting Lu Pingxing, he knew that the ancient humans had practiced ancient techniques. For example, the Lord of the Four Supremes that he was practicing now was also an ancient technique. With the Lord of the Four Supremes that I am practicing, I should be able to fight against divine beasts of the same stage. This time, Zhou Donghuang had come to the Yetong planet to obtain the divine beast cub. In his previous life, he had also participated in the battle for the divine beast cub. Of course, rather than participating, it was more like joining in the fun, because at that time he was not strong enough to compete with others. He could only watch from the sidelines with a group of loose cultivators. He watched as the major powers fought for the baby divine beast, and in the end, accidentally killed the baby divine beast. That divine beast cub is an inconspicuous dog. It doesn't look much different from the native dogs on Earth, the Chinese countryside dogs. The only difference is that it has a single horn on its head. Back then, although Zhou Donghuang was far away, he could still clearly see the divine beast cub. It was a single-horned puppy. Its body was as black as ink, and its eyes were blood red. In the process of the various forces fighting over it, it tried to escape and was killed by mistake. As for the person who killed it, he was also killed by a group of enraged powerhouses, just as expected. Back then, this was the place where the fight over the infant divine beasts took place. Now, Zhou Donghuang was hovering in the air above a vast forest. This was a demon forest, and there were as many demons as there were clouds. In his previous life, he had been here once, and this time he had followed the memories of his previous life to find this place. I still have to go in and take a look. The Yeton planet was just a planet with similar spirit energy to the Tai Lao planet where the Lightning Sword sect was located. Within the Xianting galaxy, it was considered a relatively undeveloped planet. The reason why it had attracted so many powerful forces was because someone had spread the news. The birth of a divine beast caused a huge commotion, and auspicious signs appeared that lasted for many days. As the news spread, all the forces in the various galaxies who had received the news rushed over through the galaxy teleporter, intending to fight for the baby divine beast. This time, Zhou Donghuang planned to find the divine beast before it awakened its inherited memories and was officially born. Then, when it was about to awaken its inherited memories, he would bring it to a remote place so that it would not alert others. Otherwise, the scene from his previous life would definitely repeat itself. Before a divine beast awakens its inherited memories, it is no different from a normal demon. However, under normal circumstances, since it awakened its inherited memories here, it should be here now. After all, before awakening its inherited memories, it was only at the Khanate stage. Once a divine beast entered the primal core stage, it would awaken its inherited memories. At that time, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate, a pheasant turning into a phoenix, soaring into the sky. And before that, even the divine beast itself might have thought that it was just a normal demon. Now, what Zhou Donghuang wanted to do was to find the divine beast before it awakened its inherited memories. Then, no matter what method he used, whether it was soft or hard, he had to bring it away. A divine beast, and one that had not awakened its inherited memories at that. If he could obtain it, it would be a great help to him. In fact, if the divine beast grew up, it could even rule over a supreme sect or a great tribe in the galaxy. In this demon forest, the strongest demon should at most be a primordial soul demon. Primordial soul demons, with his current ability, should be at most a primordial soul demon. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang entered the demon forest beneath his feet and headed straight for the central region of the demon forest. At the beginning, he was met with resistance, and some ignorant demons pounced on him. However, these demons, without exception, all died at his hands. The closer he got to the central region of the demon forest, the stronger the demons were. Gradually, there were no longer any demons blocking Zhou Donghuang's way. Obviously, the power that Zhou Donghuang had displayed along the way had deterred the demons that were hiding in the dark. As long as the demon was not like the one on the Guiyao planet, as long as it entered the Khanate stage, it would awaken its intelligence. Once it entered the primal core stage, it could even speak. Once it entered the Dharma stage, it could take on a human form, but there were still traces of a demon, and one could tell at a glance that it was a demon. Once a demon entered the primordial soul stage, it could perfectly take on a human form, and at a glance, it looked no different from a human. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Zhou Donghuang neared the center of the demon forest, two figures appeared on his originally unobstructed path, blocking his way. These two silhouettes were two humanoid figures. However, although they were in human form, their heads and limbs still had the characteristics of a demon that had not completely transformed, and they looked a little out of place. If they were on Earth, they would be complete monsters. Obviously, these were two demons at the Dharma stage. Human, back off. This is not a place where you should be. One of the Dharma demons had the head of an eagle, and although its hands looked like human arms, they were still connected to its body, and there were traces of eagle wings on them. Obviously, this was an eagle-type demon at the Dharma stage. At this moment, it stared sharply at Zhou Donghuang and said coldly, "It's been a long time since a demon has stopped me." Zhou Donghuang looked at the two beasts in front of him and said calmly, "Along the way, other than being attacked by the beasts at the beginning, his journey had been smooth. Although the beasts on the way had noticed him, they had all sensed danger and did not dare to approach him. Of course, this was also because Zhou Donghuang had accidentally released his divine sense along the way. The pressure of his divine sense made the beasts feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. And now, seeing that he was about to reach the deepest part of the demon forest, which was also the central region of the demon forest. Zhou Donghuang retracted his divine sense, wanting to recover and then explore the deepest part of the demon forest. However, he did not expect that not long after he retracted his divine sense, beasts would appear in front of him to stop him. Human, don't compare those small demons outside to us. The other Dharma demon had the head of a leopard, and its hands also had the outline of a human's arms. However, it was covered in leopard fur and claws, which revealed that it was a leopard demon. Is that so? Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed into slits. Without any warning, he raised his hand and clapped. In an instant, his inner yuan coalesced into a giant palm print. With a loud bang, the palm print slammed the leopard-headed Dharma demon into the ground, causing the demon's body to sink into the ground. Wah! Zhou Donghuang did not kill the demon. He only severely injured the Dharma demon. As the demon spat out blood from its mouth, when it looked at Zhou Donghuang again, its green eyes were filled with fear, and its voice trembled. You're a primordial soul adept. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, as if the wind was howling. It was the eagle-headed Dharma demon. After seeing Zhou Donghuang seriously injure the leopard demon with a single slap and displaying the power of a primordial soul adept, the eagle-headed Dharma demon's arms shook, and its entire body shot up into the air like an arrow, obviously trying to escape. However, just as it rose into the air, before it could even fly out of the demon forest, Zhou Donghuang's giant palm, which had been formed by his inner yuan, grabbed it, causing it to be unable to move. Sir, spare us, spare us! The eagle-headed demon's sharp eyes were filled with fear, and it begged for mercy. We were blind. We didn't know that you were a primordial soul adept. We didn't know, but we hope that you'll spare us on account of our hard work. Sir, spare us! Spare us! As if inspired by the eagle-headed demon, the leopard demon also looked at Zhou Donghuang with a pleading expression, begging for mercy. Humph! Zhou Donghuang snorted coldly. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be alive? Zhou Donghuang was not someone who would kill indiscriminately, whether it was humans or beasts that had developed sentience. Along the way, beasts that had developed sentience, unless they tried to kill him, he did not kill them. He only taught them a lesson. The two Dharma demons in front of him did not try to kill him, only blocking his way. Naturally, he did not want to kill them. Chapter 310. My Lord. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang had forgiven them and continued to walk deeper into the demon forest, a hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the eagle-headed demon. Finally, it opened its mouth to warn Zhou Donghuang. In the depths of the forest, there are many primordial soul stage demons. It is said that there are even some that are close to the divine transformation stage and are almost there. If possible, I advise you to retreat. Although I don't know why you're going so deep into the forest. No matter what it is, it shouldn't be as important as your life, right? Hearing the eagle-headed beast's warning, Zhou Donghuang looked at it in surprise, but did not say anything else. After giving it a deep look, he walked deeper into the forest. As he walked, he thought to himself, a primordial core demon that is close to the divine transformation stage? As long as it's not a divine transformation stage demon, with my current ability, I can deal with it. After Zhou Donghuang's silhouette disappeared from sight, the leopard beast that had just crawled out of the ground looked at the eagle-headed beast and said coldly, "Why did you warn that human? He almost killed us. Wouldn't it have been better if he had died in the depths of the forest?" As the leopard beast said this, its eyes were filled with hatred. After all, that human had almost killed it. After all, he didn't kill us, did he? The eagle-headed beast was not afraid of the leopard beast and said calmly, "Think about how much time and effort you've put in to get to where you are today. If you die, there will be nothing left. He's already doing us a great favor by not killing us." As soon as it finished speaking, the eagle-headed beast turned and left, leaving only the leopard beast standing where it was, its eyes flashing and its expression uncertain. Of course, Zhou Donghuang was unaware of all this. Now, as Zhou Donghuang ventured deeper into the demon forest, some of the birds and beasts that did not have much practice seemed to realize that he was not to be trifled with, and they all gave way to him, causing the originally quiet environment to become even quieter. As Zhou Donghuang walked deeper into the forest, he stopped when he saw a wooden hut. The wooden hut was not big, and it looked a little crude, but for it to appear in the depths of the forest, it was still somewhat intriguing. Creak! Just as Zhou Donghuang was staring at the wooden hut, the door swung open, and an old man in a brownish-green robe walked out. Although the old man looked to be over 70 years of age and had a head full of white hair, he was obviously very energetic. When he saw Zhou Donghuang, his originally cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, after glancing at Zhou Donghuang, he began to look around Zhou Donghuang's surroundings, not missing anything. Zhou Donghuang could clearly sense that the old man's divine will was sweeping out and raging around his body. It was obvious that the old man was searching for something. There's no need to investigate. Zhou Donghuang looked at the old man calmly and said, "I'm alone." How could he not see that the old man had used his spiritual force to probe because he thought that there was someone else beside him? Whoosh! Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, the old man's divine will gathered and swept towards Zhou Donghuang. Faced with the old man's unfriendly divine will, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He snorted coldly, and an even stronger divine will swept out from his body to meet the old man's divine will. Boom! The divine wills collided, and in this instant, Zhou Donghuang's divine will destroyed the old man's divine will like a broken twig. The old man, who had suffered from the backlash of the divine will, also turned pale in the blink of an eye. His body trembled slightly, and his face turned red. In the end, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Although the backlash of the divine was only on his soul, it still put a lot of pressure on his body. A late primordial soul adept. When he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, the old man's face was full of shock and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This young human was actually already a late primordial soul adept? Bring us to see your demon king. Ignoring the old man's shock, Zhou Donghuang spoke again. Wherever the beasts gathered, there was basically a demon king. For example, when he had first met Big Gold and Little Gold on the Xian planet, they were the kings of the lost forest of the beasts. Some of the more powerful demonic beasts' gathering places were even stricter in terms of ranks. For example, the old man in front of him, as a primordial soul demon that could already take human form, must have submitted to the most powerful demon in this forest, which was why he could continue to stay here and live. Otherwise, he would either be expelled or killed. And at this time, the old man's attitude toward Zhou Donghuang had also undergone a 180-degree change, becoming much more humble. Yes, Lord. From the way he saw it, this kind of human, not to mention the possible backer behind him, perhaps even the king of this forest, would be afraid of. Just the power of this human was not something he could contend with. Therefore, he had no choice but to be obedient. Led by the old man, they had only walked for a short while when someone blocked their way. It was a tall, well-built, middle-aged man. Zhou Donghuang glanced at this middle-aged man and realized that he was even taller than Dezhuang. Now he was staring at the old man who was leading the way with a pair of eyes as large as gongs. In a loud voice, he shouted, "Old fox, how dare you bring a human into my territory? Do you think that just because the king values you, I won't dare to touch you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the inner yuan on the tall, middle-aged man's body fluctuated, and immediately the figure of a giant ape appeared. It stood there like a mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. This was not a dharma, but a primordial soul. The primordial spirit of the giant ape, which was almost tangible, stood there like a mountain. It was simply like a Vajra god of war. Clearly, this primordial soul demon that had taken the form of a middle-aged man was a giant ape demon. Mid-primordial soul. The power of this primordial soul demon was obviously stronger than the old man who was leading the way. The old man was only an early primordial soul demon, but this primordial soul demon was a mid-primordial soul demon. Big fool. Faced with this threat, the old man only glanced at the middle-aged man. You better apologize to this lord quickly if you anger him. He can smash your head with one hand. What did you say? When the middle-aged man heard the old man's words, he was stunned at first. Then he flew into a rage. His originally restless gaze became unusually sharp, and waves of restlessness spread from his body. He's just a small human. I can kill him with one slap, just like swatting a fly. The middle-aged man's emotions seemed to have been completely ignited. With a roar, his body gradually merged with the giant ape primordial soul, and then the giant ape primordial soul became even more solid. Roar! The giant ape primordial soul roared loudly, then raised a hand and really slapped down on Zhou Donghuang. This slap landed on Zhou Donghuang's head with the weight of a mountain, and it was extremely aggressive. Seeing this, the old man's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Faced with the giant ape primordial soul slap, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change. It was only when the slap was about to land on his head that the inner yuan in his body surged out like a tidal wave. A huge, solid figure also appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the sky above the forest, looking even bigger. This was a giant tiger. The giant ape primordial soul's slap landed on Zhou Donghuang's white tiger primordial soul, but it only caused the area to shake. When the white tiger primordial soul opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, a terrifying inner yuan force roared out and instantly destroyed the giant ape primordial soul. They were not on the same level at all. After the giant ape primordial soul was destroyed, the middle-aged man's figure once again appeared, but with a loud thud he fell to the ground. When he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes were filled with fear. Ultimate primordial soul stage demon? Whoosh! At the same time, the middle-aged man's figure gradually faded, and in its place was a giant black ape that was more than 10 meters tall. The giant ape had a tuft of silver-white hair on its head, which was especially eye-catching. At this moment, the giant ape looked at Zhou Donghuang with fear in its eyes. He is not a demon, he is a human. A strong voice suddenly rang out. It was unknown when, but a figure had appeared soundlessly. Of course, Zhou Donghuang had long noticed the silent figure. However, the giant ape and the old man had not noticed him. Greetings, King. After seeing who had arrived, the slyness and smugness in the old man's eyes disappeared, and in its place was a look of respect. He immediately knelt on the ground, and even his old face was pressed tightly against the ground. Greetings, King. Greetings, King. The other human figures who had just arrived also knelt on the ground, paying their respects to the person in the air. Among these people, there were young men, young women, old women, and a beautiful woman. King, you say that he is a human, but his primordial soul is clearly a demon, the injured giant ape said in disbelief. Can't a human cultivate the primordial soul of a demon? In the air, a middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe, his face elegant and dignified, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He glanced lightly at the giant ape and said calmly, King, I have embarrassed you. The giant ape struggled to kneel on the ground. Its aura was weak, and its body swayed, but it still gritted its teeth and held on, ignoring the blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the gaze of the silver-robed, middle-aged man turned extremely cold, and it landed on the old man who had led the way for Zhou Donghuang. He said calmly, You want to borrow the hands of others to kill Feng Yuan? Do you think that the rules that I have set are fake? Or did you not take my words to heart? As he spoke, the silver-robed, middle-aged man's voice seemed to be able to send a chill down one's spine. King, I was wrong. Kneeling on the ground, the old man's body trembled. Even his voice was trembling. Chapter 311. Click to report a mistake. If you're wrong, you'll have to take responsibility. The silver-robed man spoke again, his voice devoid of any emotion. As a result, the old man's eyes narrowed and his expression changed. In the next instant, bang, 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 the old man continued to kowtow on the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, but he did not seem to realize it. Not only did it not stop, but it seemed to be increasing in frequency. Humph! As the silver-robed man snorted, the old man, who had been kowtowing on the ground, suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground, dead. The moment he fell to the ground, the old man disappeared. In his place was a large fox that was greenish-gray in color. It was called a large fox because it was many times larger than ordinary foxes. There was a tuft of white hair on the top of the fox's head, which was a sign of its age. Obviously, this fox was not young anymore. As the fox demon died, other than the giant ape demon, the rest of the demons narrowed their eyes. When they looked at the middle-aged man again, the respect in their eyes deepened. Human, leave. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Donghuang coldly, his tone calm and emotionless. Zhou Donghuang did not move in the face of the expulsion order. He looked at the middle-aged man calmly and said, "You're the demon king of this forest?" Yes. The middle-aged man's tone was impatient. Human, although your abilities are not bad, if you want to act presumptuously here, you've come to the wrong place. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, I won't hold it against you this time. I'm here to look for you. Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change. I won't leave until I'm done here. Human, are you trying to provoke me? The gray-robed, middle-aged man was enraged. His robes fluttered, and a golden glow appeared in his originally normal human eyes. A pair of golden pupils appeared at this moment. This time, Zhou Donghuang did not say anything more. The white tiger primordial soul power appeared again, glaring at the middle-aged man. Just as the middle-aged man's face darkened, the group of primordial soul stage demons around him, who could already completely transform into human form, also spread out and surrounded Zhou Donghuang. However, the gazes that fell on Zhou Donghuang were filled with even more fear, although they had just arrived. However, the giant tiger primordial soul power that Zhou Donghuang had displayed now gave them a sense of oppression that came from the depths of their souls, making them extremely uncomfortable. As for the Monster King, the expression of the gray-robed, middle-aged man instantly became very ugly. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Why are you looking for me? However, they did not fight in the end. The gray-robed man looked at the weakened giant ape and then at Zhou Donghuang's calm demeanor. In the end, he did not make a move, and a look of fear flashed across his eyes. Seeing this, the group of primordial soul demons surrounding Zhou Donghuang heaved a sigh of relief. If they had a choice, none of them would want to become enemies with the human youth in front of them. Their instincts as demonic beasts made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They even feared this human youth. The feeling that this human youth gave them was not only that his primordial soul power was extraordinary, but also that there seemed to be some other power hidden within his body. This made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, the gray-robed, middle-aged man, who was the human form that the monster king of this demon forest had transformed into, had also discovered this point. I need a favor from you. Zhou Donghuang went straight to the point. A favor from me? The gray-robed, middle-aged man frowned. You are not weak. If you can't solve something, I can't help you, right? If not for the fact that the human youth in front of him was not weak, he would not have had the confidence to kill him. Just now he had already arrived. This was because he had smelled the scent of a human. Then he had personally witnessed this human attack and injure his subordinate, the giant ape primordial soul demon. On the surface, this powerful primordial soul power was only at the late primordial soul stage, but the power that it displayed was no weaker than the primordial soul of an ultimate primordial soul cultivator. Furthermore, it gave him a very strong sense of oppression that made his soul tremble. Because of this, he was very afraid of this human youth. Because even if he attacked, he did not have the confidence to kill him. I didn't ask you to help me kill him. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. I came to you because I want you to mobilize the demons under you to help me find a small demon. Find a small demon? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the gray-robed, middle-aged man secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to ask, What kind of small demon is it? A dog. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he described the image of the divine beast cub that he remembered from his previous life. As long as he used these characteristics and the Monster King's influence in this demon forest, it would not be difficult to find the little fellow. After describing the characteristics of the divine beast cub, Zhou Donghuang said, If you help me, I will not mistreat you. I will help you to attain the divine transformation stage. The gray-robed, middle-aged man, who was the Monster King of this demon forest, was somewhat disdainful of Zhou Donghuang's first sentence. However, when he heard Zhou Donghuang's second sentence, his eyes narrowed and his face was filled with shock. What did you say? You can help me attain the divine transformation stage? Are you speaking the truth? Under normal circumstances, he would not believe such words from a human youth. However, the human youth before him gave him an unfathomable feeling. The primordial soul that he trained was not just a demon's primordial soul, but it was also able to shake his soul, causing it to tremble. This feeling was similar to the feeling of a demon that was of a much higher level than him standing in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you have been at the ultimate primordial soul stage for many years, but you have not been able to break through the last barrier. Zhou Donghuang spoke again. All of this is because of the problem with your training method. Your original body and your tribe, under normal circumstances, should only be able to train to the ultimate primordial soul stage at most. However, your aura is very complicated, and it is both hard and soft. You should have trained in some human techniques, and you intend to break through the bottleneck and attain the divine transformation stage. Am I right? As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at the Monster King before him and asked. Although he did not use his divine will to probe the other party, the inner yuan on the other party's body was clearly agitated. In his previous life, he had seen such a situation on many demons, and they were all the same, just like what he was saying now. With regards to this, he had a solution. As for the Monster King's expression, even before Zhou Donghuang had finished speaking, his expression had completely changed. This was because the other party was right. Furthermore, only he knew about these things. My lord, please help me. The silver-robed, middle-aged man bowed to Zhou Donghuang, his face full of excitement. His body trembled slightly, and even his voice changed, becoming extremely respectful. One had to know that if he did not attain the divine transformation stage soon, his lifespan would come to an end in a few more decades. With regards to this, he had always been indignant, but there was nothing he could do. But now, this human youth before him had given him a ray of hope. Zhou Donghuang glanced lightly at the silver-robed, middle-aged man. I'll say it again, as long as you activate your demons and help me find that little demon, I will immediately help you attain the divine transformation stage. My lord, I will give the order now. Now the Monster King, who saw Zhou Donghuang as his last hope, nodded hurriedly. Without any hesitation, he looked at the few primordial soul demons around him and said, The few of you, did you hear what my lord said just now? Quickly pass down the order. Search for the whereabouts of that little demon. After the surrounding primordial soul demons received the order and retreated, the Monster King looked at Zhou Donghuang again. My lord, please wait here for a moment. I will go and give the order to the other demons under me. The Monster King ruled the entire demon forest. Now, all the primordial soul demons in the demon forest were subservient to him. Those who were unwilling to submit had long been killed by him. It was not only the human world that respected the strong. It was the same in the demon world, and even in the secular universe, even the divine realm, it was the same. Not long after, the monster king returned. "My lord, my residence is considered clean. For the next few days, it will be your lodging. I promise you, as long as that little demon is in my demonic beast forest, within 3 days at most, I will send it to you." Zhou Donghuang was not surprised by the monster king's enthusiasm. This was because he could see that this monster king did not have much time left. Usually, under such circumstances, the monster king would choose to cultivate various human cultivation methods in order to find a way to break through. However, there was still a difference between humans and demon beasts. Perhaps human cultivation methods could be used as a reference, but there were not many demon beasts in the entire universe who could successfully use it as a reference. Without exception, those demon beasts were the best among the demon beasts. As long as they could grow up, they would become a powerhouse in the future. The residence of the Demon King was located in the center of the demon beast forest. There were 4 lakes there, and a courtyard that looked like a human residence was located right in the middle of the 4 lakes. There were also many trees planted on the road between the 4 lakes. One could see that this monster king had good taste. He had completely assimilated with the human race. After the monster king gave up his residence, he personally went everywhere in the demon forest to look for the little demon Duan Ling Tian was looking for. At once, more than 90% of the demon beasts in the demon forest that had gained intelligence began to move, causing the entire demon forest to be in a state of panic. Many of the little demons began to flee in all directions. 2 days later, the monster king appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang again. "My lord, I'm glad I didn't fail you." At this moment, there was a black dog that was as black as ink lying on the monster king's crooked arm. It was snoring loudly. On the top of this black dog's head, there was a small horn protruding out. It gave off a feeling that a small lotus had just revealed its sharp horn. "It's this dog." Zhou Donghuang's attention had long been attracted by the single-horned black dog when the monster king appeared. Although it was smaller than when he saw it in his past life, and the horn on its head was not as protruding, Zhou Donghuang still recognized it at first glance. It was the divine beast cub. Chapter 312. Click to report an error. Woo woo! The black puppy saw that the demon king was about to hand it over to the person in front of it, and its eyes were filled with fear. Although it had not awakened the inherited memories of a divine beast, it was now at the Khanate stage and had developed intelligence. Naturally, it could sense that the person in front of it was different. In the eyes of demons, humans were different. Although the person holding it looked like a human, he had a familiar demonic aura, and the black puppy did not reject him. "Little fellow." After noticing the black puppy's rejection of the human in front of it, the Demon King spoke softly and comforted it in the demon language. "Although I don't know why this human is looking for you, he is a very capable person. If you follow him, there will only be benefits." "No, I don't want to go with a human." The black puppy panicked. "Humans are all bad people. They are the natural enemies of us demons. Some of my companions have been killed by humans." This time before the Demon King could speak, Zhou Donghuang spoke. "It's normal for demons to be killed by humans. Don't you demons kill each other?" Zhou Donghuang was speaking in demon language. "Sir, you." The Demon King looked at Zhou Donghuang in shock. He had not expected Zhou Donghuang to understand demon language. Although humans could learn demon language through demons if they wanted to, it required not only hard work but also talent in language. Very few humans were willing to spend time on it. Because of this, the Demon King thought that humans who understood demon language were very rare. At least, he had never met a human who understood demon language. "If you follow me, not only will I not kill you, I will also provide you with elixirs to help you increase your level of practice." Zhou Donghuang looked at the black puppy as he took out a bottle of elixirs from his space ring. He took out a few elixirs and said, "These elixirs can be consumed by humans and beasts of the Khanate stage. They are very beneficial to their practice. I want it. I want it." As soon as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, the black puppy had already turned into a bolt of black lightning and pounced on the elixirs in Zhou Donghuang's hand. However, Zhou Donghuang reached out with his other hand and caught it. It could only look at the elixirs in Zhou Donghuang's hand. "Since you don't want to go with me, then stay here." Zhou Donghuang casually threw the black puppy on the ground and said lightly. At the same time, he looked at the Demon King. "Even if it doesn't want to go with me, my promise to you will still be fulfilled. In the next few days, I will do my best to help you enter the soul formation stage. Thank you, my lord." The Monster King had an excited look on his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Finally, he glanced at the black puppy lying on the ground with an aggrieved look on its face and reminded it, "Little guy, it's your good fortune to be able to leave with my lord. Cherish it." For the rest of the day, Zhou Donghuang helped the Demon King recuperate the inner yuan in his body, which had become chaotic due to practicing many human techniques. It took 3 days and 3 nights before his inner yuan returned to normal. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang passed on a soul formation stage demon technique to him. With this technique, based on your current situation, you will definitely reach the soul formation stage within 3 months. Sir, if you have any requests in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely not decline. Before Zhou Donghuang left, the Demon King bowed respectfully and promised. Zhou Donghuang nodded and then left. As he left, a black puppy sat on his shoulder. It was the divine beast cub that he had successfully tricked with his core medicine. Of course, the black puppy now did not know that it was a divine beast. "Boss, where are we going next?" The black puppy squinted its eyes and asked Zhou Donghuang. Over the past few days, Zhou Donghuang's elixirs had completely bribed it, and it had also lost the moral integrity that a demon should have, calling Zhou Donghuang the human boss as if it was a little brother. "We're going to a planet in another galaxy," Zhou Donghuang said. Zhou Donghuang had a plan in mind for what he was going to do next. First, he would follow the memories of his past life and go to a few relics left behind by soul formation adepts. After that, he would find a secluded place for the black puppy to break through to the primal core stage. When he first saw the black puppy, it was only at the early Khanate stage. But now, in just a few days, it had already entered the middle Khanate stage. With him and the core medicine that he provided, the black puppy would soon be able to enter the primal core stage and awaken its inherited memories as a divine beast. At that time, there would also be a heavenly phenomenon. In Zhou Donghuang's past life, there was a heavenly phenomenon after the black puppy awakened its inherited memories as a divine beast, and many strong practitioners from various forces wanted to snatch it. In this life, with Zhou Donghuang's intervention, the black puppy's life had also undergone a heavenly change. At least, the time it needed to enter the primal core stage had been greatly advanced. Then, with Zhou Donghuang paving the way for it, when it became a divine beast, it would naturally not alarm others, and it could safely survive the biggest crisis in the growth process of a solitary divine beast. A solitary divine beast referred to an orphan among the divine beasts who had no parents or relatives to protect them. Those divine beast cubs who had parents and relatives to protect them, even if they awakened their inherited memories and caused a heavenly phenomenon, alerting everyone, no one would dare to do anything to them. After all, a demon that could give birth to a divine beast cub, no matter how weak it was still a top existence among the demons. It could even be a divine beast, and an adult one at that. Adult divine beasts were at least at the deity stage, and with their physical bodies and various inherited techniques, a divine beast at the early deity stage could even kill some ultimate deity stage human adepts, and its ability was close to that of a deity's tribulation adept. And precisely because of this, even the great clans and supreme sects of the galaxies did not dare to provoke adult divine beasts. In the next 2 months, the black puppy followed Zhou Donghuang to several planets and several galaxies, and saw with its own eyes that Zhou Donghuang seemed to be able to predict the future as he discovered one relic after another left behind by human adepts. Then he took away their relics. In this period, they also encountered some tests, such as the matrix methods, left behind by those human adepts before they died. But to the current Zhou Donghuang, these were nothing, and he easily passed through them. Boss, how do you know this place? Boss, could this human adept be your ancestor? As Zhou Donghuang followed the memories of his past life to unearth treasure trove after treasure trove, the black puppy by his side was naturally shocked again and again, and in the end it was even more shocked by Zhou Donghuang. Of course, in this process, Zhou Donghuang also obtained many rare herbs and refined them into core drugs for the black puppy to consume. The black puppy's level of practice increased at an extremely exaggerated rate. In a short span of 2 months, it had entered the ultimate Khanate stage. It was only half a step away from the primal core stage. How long do you feel before you can break through? Zhou Donghuang asked the black puppy. Once the black puppy broke through, it would awaken the inherited memories of a divine beast, and at that time the heavens and earth would also appear, as if announcing the birth of a divine beast. At most half a month, the black puppy grinned and said, "Boss, I'll try my best to catch up to you, and then I'll be able to help you." Zhou Donghuang nodded. "Next, I'll bring you to a planet and arrange a place for you to train. When you break through to the primal core stage, I'll come pick you up." Originally, Zhou Donghuang had wanted to find another secluded place for the black puppy to train. However, after thinking about it, he still felt that the Guiyao planet was the safest. On the Guiyao planet, where Amo Ningsong had previously trained in seclusion, although the matrix was no longer in operation, he could follow the memories that Amo Ningsong had shared with him in the past, and it would not be difficult for him to restore the matrix to operation. Furthermore, once the matrix there was activated, it would be even more effective than the matrix that he could set up now. It would be more than enough to conceal the heavens and earth that would appear after the black puppy awakened the inherited memories of a divine beast. "Boss, can I follow you?" The black puppy stared at Zhou Donghuang. In the 2 months that they had spent together, although Zhou Donghuang was more strict with it, it had still developed a sense of dependence on Zhou Donghuang. This was because, ever since it could remember, this was the first time that someone had treated it so well. Before meeting Zhou Donghuang, it had relied on itself for everything. It was only after meeting Zhou Donghuang that it began to develop a sense of dependence. Since it was young, it had no family, and in the short span of 2 months, it had already come to view Zhou Donghuang as family. "As I said, when you break through to the primal core stage, I will come and fetch you," Zhou Donghuang said casually. Zhou Donghuang said lightly, "Of course, the prerequisite is that at that time, you are still willing to follow me. If you are not willing to follow me, I will not force you." Now, only Zhou Donghuang knew what he meant by these words. Hearing this, the black puppy was at a loss. After all, even in its wildest dreams, it would never have imagined that it was a divine beast that was 1 in a billion. "Let's go." Zhou Donghuang took the black puppy and stepped onto the galaxy teleporter. He set the coordinates: Hunglio Galaxy, Tylao Planet, Lightning Sword Sect, but there was no response. "What's going on?" Zhou Donghuang was stunned. He tried again, but there was still no response. Suddenly, Zhou Donghuang's expression changed. Normally, this would only happen if the galaxy teleporter was destroyed. However, that galaxy teleporter belonged to the Lightning Sword Sect of the Hunglio Galaxy. Why would it be destroyed for no reason? Unless someone had acted against the Lightning Sword Sect. In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Donghuang's mind. Could it be that the death of the Qi dynasty's worshippers caused the Qi dynasty to be enraged, causing them to take revenge on the Lightning Sword Sect? Or could it be that the Lightning Sword Sect's calamity has been brought forward? Regardless of which possibility it was, Zhou Donghuang was not happy to see it happen. This was because his third senior sister, Himingshi, and her father, as well as Dezhuang, were still in the Lightning Sword sect. Hengliu Galaxy, Tailao Planet, Thunder Knife Sect. Zhou Donghuang's expression was dark as he changed the coordinates. In the next instant, the Galaxy Teleporter was activated. This meant that the coordinates were valid, and the target teleporter was in good condition. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 313. Click to report error, the Hengliu Galaxy. The Tailao Planet. Outside the base of the Thunder Knife Sect, there was a Galaxy Teleporter, and it was the one with the coordinates of the Thunder Knife Sect. Near the Galaxy Teleporter, there was an elderly figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It was unclear whether he was practicing or resting. Behind the old man, a middle-aged man and a young man stood there. One of them was resting with his eyes closed, and the other was staring at the Galaxy Teleporter in front of him. He only blinked his eyes after a long time, as if he was afraid of missing something. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past the Galaxy Teleportation Array, and a figure appeared at the right time. It was a handsome young man dressed in a snow-white robe. On the young man's shoulder was a black puppy. At first glance, the black puppy looked like a normal black puppy, but upon closer inspection, there was a single horn on its forehead, and it looked extremely strange. Zhou Donghuang. The young man who was staring at the Galaxy Teleporter narrowed his eyes the moment the young man in white appeared. He looked at the old man sitting cross-legged in the void in front of him and shouted anxiously, "Lord Wu Qian, it's Zhou Donghuang." Zhou Donghuang, who had just arrived through the Galaxy Teleporter, had just sensed a gaze from afar. When he looked over, he heard the anxious shout of the owner of the gaze. He quickly regained his senses and realized that something was wrong, and his expression changed slightly. The next moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and in a flash, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of white lightning that shot up into the sky. At the same time, the old man who had been sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time he squeezed the jade pendant in his hand. Boom! Kaboom! Not far away, the Galaxy Transmission Array that was originally in good condition was instantly enveloped by a terrifying force. In an instant, it was blown to smithereens, filling the sky with dust. In the blink of an eye, the huge Galaxy Transmission Array no longer had any traces left. "He's Zhou Donghuang?" The old man stared at the white figure in the distance and asked in a low voice. "Lord Wu Lian, that's him." The young man behind the old man quickly responded, and the middle-aged man beside him, who had opened his eyes at some point, also spoke. "Sir Wu Lian, this is the Autumn Valley disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang." They, at the same time Zhou Donghuang, who was standing far away in the void, also felt that the two people behind the old man were somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have seen them before in the Lightning Sword sect. Now that he heard the middle-aged man speak, he knew that he was not mistaken. The two people in front of him were indeed from the Lightning Sword sect. "Who are you?" Zhou Donghuang's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the old man. Seeing the two disciples of the Lightning Sword sect and the old man in front of him waiting for him like he was a hare, a sense of foreboding began to spread in his heart. Qi Dynasty Consecrate Wu Lian. The old man stared at Zhou Donghuang arrogantly as if he was looking at a dead man. "You made me, Wu Qian, wait here for you for more than a month. Even if you die today, you can be proud of yourself." Almost as soon as Wu Lian finished speaking, a primordial soul power that was as large as a mountain appeared on his body. It was like a giant looking down at Zhou Donghuang from above. Ultimate primordial soul stage? Faced with Wu Lian's primordial soul power and ultimate primordial soul power, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change. He turned his gaze to the two people behind the old man and asked, "Are you disciples of the Lightning Sword sect? Why are you here? What happened to the Lightning Sword sect?" "Let me answer you." Before the two people behind him could speak, Wu Lian laughed coldly and said, "The Lightning Sword sect was destroyed by the Qi dynasty a month ago. These two disciples of the Lightning Sword sect appeared here because they were left behind by the Qi dynasty to identify you, Zhou Donghuang. Now that they have helped me identify you, Zhou Donghuang, they are no longer of any use to us. It is time for us to go look for the people of the Lightning Sword sect." Almost as soon as Wu Lian finished speaking, the expressions of the two people behind him changed. "Lord Wu Lian, didn't you say that if we identified Zhou Donghuang, you would let us live?" "Lord Wu Lian, you can't go back on your word." While the two of them were desperately searching for a chance to survive, Wu Qian had already made his move. His giant primordial spirit slammed down, and a terrifying force howled out. Before the two of them could even react, the palm landed on their bodies, slapping them to death. Zhou Donghuang stood in the distance and looked at the scene before him coldly. He did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the two traitors who had died. Now his face was no longer calm. His expression was dark, and his eyes shone with a cold, murderous intent. His premonition had finally come true. Indeed, something had happened to the Lightning Sword sect. The ones who had attacked the Lightning Sword sect were one of the two transcendental forces of the Hongliu galaxy, the Qi dynasty. "Zhou Donghuang, thank you for appearing outside the galaxy teleporter of the Thunder Knife sect. Your head is worth a divine transformation pill. In the future, if I can use the divine transformation pill to enter the divine transformation stage, I will have to thank you." When Wu Lian looked at Zhou Donghuang again, he grinned and controlled his primordial soul power to step into the air. His giant hand reached out and grabbed at Zhou Donghuang. From his words, it was clear that the Qi dynasty had offered a divine transformation pill as a reward for his head. The divine transformation pill was an elixir that could help an ultimate divine transformation adept have a high chance of entering the divine transformation stage. It was extremely valuable, and even the Qi dynasty did not have more than 5 of them. The fact that the Qi dynasty was willing to offer a divine transformation pill as a reward for Zhou Donghuang's head showed how much they valued Zhou Donghuang. Roar! Almost at the same time that Wu Lian's ultimate primordial soul power attacked Zhou Donghuang, a giant primordial soul power also appeared on Zhou Donghuang's body. It was a white tiger, and it opened its mouth to let out an earth-shattering roar. A terrifying sound wave swept out and formed a sound wave attack that forced Wu Lian's primordial soul power to retreat. How is this possible? When Zhou Donghuang's primordial soul power appeared, Wu Lian was so shocked that his eyes narrowed and his expression changed. How can you be an ultimate primordial soul adept?" "Nothing is impossible," Zhou Donghuang said coldly. At the same time, the white tiger primordial soul power also moved, pouncing towards Wu Lian's primordial soul power. Just as Wu Lian's primordial soul power tried to defend against the white tiger, Zhou Donghuang's claws slammed down like a huge mountain. In an instant, Wu Lian's primordial soul power was crushed, and Wu Lian was severely injured. Wah! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wu Lian's face was as white as a sheet. His eyes and face were filled with fear. How is this possible? How can an ultimate primordial soul adept have such powerful strength? I said, "Nothing is impossible," Zhou Donghuang said again. Zhou Donghuang spoke again, and his voice was like the tolling of a death knell. In the next moment, the white tiger primordial soul power struck again under his control. "Zhou Donghuang, spare my life. I am willing to be your most loyal dog." Wu Lian, who was severely injured and had no strength to defend himself against Zhou Donghuang's attack again, fell to his knees. His body trembled as he tried to use this method to survive. However, the white tiger primordial soul power's attack did not slow down at all. With a swipe of its claws, Wu Lian was smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. Whoosh! The black puppy leapt out from Zhou Donghuang's shoulder and snatched Wu Qian's space ring like a little miser. Before it left, it spat at Wu Qian's corpse and said, "Old man, with your looks, you want to be a dog? That's an insult to us dogs. You must be dreaming." Then the black puppy leaped back onto Zhou Donghuang's shoulder and handed over the space ring with a fawning look in its paw. "Boss, this old fellow is an ultimate primordial soul adept after all. He should have something useful. As for what you can't use, boss, but I can eat it. Just give it to me." As it spoke, the black puppy swallowed hard. "Keep it first." As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he left in a flash. The black puppy excitedly put the space ring in its hand into the collar around its neck. More accurately, it put it into the space stone that was embedded into one end of the collar. This collar was a spirit weapon that Zhou Donghuang had specially made for the black puppy. The dark space stone that was embedded into it could be used as a space item. Not long after Zhou Donghuang left with the black puppy, whoosh, whoosh, two figures simultaneously appeared where the Thunder Knife Sect's galaxy teleportation array was located. If Zhou Donghuang had been here, he would have been able to recognize at a glance that one of the two people who had appeared was none other than the leader of the Thunder Knife Sect, Luo Yuanqiu. However, the current Luo Yuanqiu felt his scalp go numb as he stared at the mangled corpse on the ground. Who did this? Qi Dynasty's consecrated Wu Lian actually died such a horrible death. Could it be the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword Sect, Tijin? Of the 3 divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword Sect, only he survived, and the person who killed Minister Wu Lian so easily before we arrived must be at least at the divine transformation stage. The old man beside Luo Yuanqiu guessed. Impossible. Luo Yuanqiu shook his head. From what I know, although Jin survived, he will not live for long. He was poisoned by the poison of the Qi Dynasty's poison protector, and I'm afraid he is waiting for his death somewhere. The Qi Dynasty's poison protector was also a late divine transformation adept of the Qi Dynasty. He was skilled in the use of poisons and had mastered a poison technique that was known to kill adepts below the late divine transformation stage. If it was not Jin, who could it be? The old man's eyes flashed with uncertainty and fear. I don't know. Luo Yuanqiu smiled bitterly. However, the Qi Dynasty's minister died here. Although it has nothing to do with us, since we found out, we have to inform the Qi Dynasty. Let the Qi Dynasty investigate this matter themselves. Minister Wu Lian of the Qi Dynasty had waited outside the galaxy teleporter of the Thunder Knife Sect for Zhou Donghuang to walk into the trap. He had gone to the Thunder Knife Sect to greet the leader of the Thunder Knife Sect and ask for his help. Wu Lian had not dared to reject him for fear of offending the Qi Dynasty. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 314. Click to report an error. After leaving the Thunder Knife Sect, Zhou Donghuang brought the black puppy with him to the Lightning Sword Sect. When he returned to the Lightning Sword Sect, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Zhou Donghuang was still shocked by what he saw. The once prosperous Lightning Sword Sect had been razed to the ground and turned into a wasteland. Furthermore, the spirit energy in the area had become extremely thin, and he could vaguely see that the spirit stone mines of the Lightning Sword Sect had been completely emptied out. Evidently, when the people of the Qi Dynasty had destroyed the Lightning Sword Sect, they had also emptied out the spirit stone mines that the Lightning Sword Sect had relied on for survival. In the wasteland, there were dried bloodstains everywhere, and there were also mountains of corpses. The Qi Dynasty, even though Zhou Donghuang had lived for thousands of years in his past life and had long since become indifferent to life and death, when he saw the state of the Lightning Sword Sect, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. This was because the Lightning Sword Sect's calamity had most likely been triggered by his appearance. According to what he remembered from his past life, at this time, the Lightning Sword Sect had not encountered such a calamity. However, now that it had happened so early, he could not help but link it to himself. How tragic! The Qi Dynasty is too cruel, even more so than us demons. On Zhou Donghuang's shoulder, the black puppy watched the scene unfold and could not help but click its tongue. As it clicked its tongue, it shook its head like a human. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang flew over the wasteland of the Lightning Sword sect and saw many familiar faces. There were elders of the Autumn Valley, disciples of the Autumn Valley, and besides the Autumn Valley head, he joined the other 3 valley heads of the inner sect. Although the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, had also fallen, he had propped himself up with one hand. His eyes were wide open and full of determination, and he was a sight to behold. What made Zhou Donghuang heave a sigh of relief was that, after he looked closely, he could not see the 3 familiar faces of the fallen Lightning Sword sect disciples. His 3rd senior sister, He Mingxi, the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, and De Zhuang were nowhere to be seen. Evidently, all 3 of them could still be alive. Rest in peace. If this matter really has something to do with me, I will give you justice. Zhou Donghuang murmured to himself, and the inner yuan on his body swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area around the Lightning Sword sect's base. Dust and dirt flew into the air, and the ruins of the Lightning Sword sect's base were completely buried. Boom! Rumble! Fortunately, Zhou Donghuang had already trained his White Tiger Primordial Soul power to the ultimate Primordial Soul stage. Furthermore, the power of the White Tiger Primordial Soul power far exceeded that of an ordinary Ultimate Primordial Soul Adept's Primordial Soul power. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to bury the entire Lightning Sword sect. In the blink of an eye, the Lightning Sword sect had been completely buried. Zhou Donghuang seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes narrowed. In the next moment, 2 figures sped over from afar and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. One on the left and one on the right, they surrounded him and glared at him. You are a remnant of the Lightning Sword sect. Regardless of whether he is a remnant of the Lightning Sword sect or not, he deserves to die. The Qi dynasty destroyed the sect. Do we need him to be kind enough to bury it? The 2 people surrounding Zhou Donghuang now were a middle-aged man and an old man. They glared at Zhou Donghuang coldly, and the old man who spoke behind them had a murderous look in his eyes. You are from the Qi dynasty? Zhou Donghuang asked casually. In the next moment, without waiting for the middle-aged man and the old man to speak, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and the White Tiger Primordial Soul power appeared once again. It let out a loud roar that shook the heavens. Ultimate Primordial Soul Adept? Just as the middle-aged man and the old man's eyes narrowed, the White Tiger Primordial Soul power had already locked onto them and attacked the old man first. A vast amount of inner yuan followed the swipe of its claws, and it was as if a mountain was crashing down on them. Do you think that you are the only ultimate Primordial Soul Adept? The old man laughed coldly, and his human-shaped Primordial Soul power appeared as well. He casually punched out, intending to block the White Tiger Primordial Soul power's huge claws. In the next moment, the 2 collided. Bang! Along with a loud bang, the old man's primordial spirit shattered, and the old man himself was injured as well. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a piece of paper. How is this possible? Just as the old man raised his head in horror and looked at the White Tiger Primordial Spirit, the remaining power of the White Tiger Primordial Spirit's claw had already landed on his body. Bang! The old man's body exploded, turning into a dazzling bloody mist that filled the sky. Only a space ring was left, which floated down and was quickly taken away by the black puppy. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's companion, the middle-aged man, finally regained his wits after the old man died. The true yuan on his body surged, and with a flash he fled into the distance. Right now he was so terrified that he couldn't bring himself to fight anymore. There was only one thought in his mind. Run. What a joke. The old man, who was also a consecrator of the Qi dynasty, was no weaker than him. However, in the blink of an eye, He had died at the hands of the white-robed young man. If it was him, he would not have survived either. Trying to escape? Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a flash of his body, the white tiger primordial spirit chased after the middle-aged man like a shadow and blocked his path. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, who had been forced to stop, realized that it would be difficult for him to escape under the nose of the person in front of him, and his expression changed again. In the end, his body trembled as he apologized humbly. "My lord, I had no intention of attacking you. It was all that old man's fault. I am willing to give up all my wealth in exchange for my lowly life." As the middle-aged man spoke, he took off his space ring and removed the ownership seal on it. Swoosh! The black puppy flew out and snatched the space ring before returning to Zhou Donghuang's shoulder. From the beginning to the end, the middle-aged man only watched silently, not daring to make a single move. "Are you from the Qi dynasty?" Zhou Donghuang asked calmly as he looked at the middle-aged man. "My lord." The middle-aged man said fearfully, "I am just a lowly servant of the Qi dynasty. I am not a direct descendant of the Qi dynasty, nor am I a member of the Qi dynasty. From today onwards, I will leave the Qi dynasty and will no longer be a member of the Qi dynasty." He did not know if the white-robed young man before him had any relationship with the Lightning Sword sect, but in order to save his own life, he decided to play it safe and assume that the other party had a close relationship with the Lightning Sword sect. "Why are you here?" Zhou Donghuang asked again. It's the seventh prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Feng. He asked me and that old man to stay here and wait for the remaining members of the Lightning Sword sect to appear," the middle-aged man replied. "He ordered us to kill any remaining members of the Lightning Sword sect and bring their heads back to the Qi dynasty to present to him. According to what I know, he is targeting a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect named Zhou Donghuang." The middle-aged man finished speaking in one breath and looked at Zhou Donghuang fearfully. "Zhou Donghuang?" Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow. "Why is he targeting Zhou Donghuang?" "I heard that it was because Zhou Donghuang was too talented and did not want to join the Qi dynasty. In order to prevent Zhou Donghuang from threatening the Qi dynasty's position in the Hengliu galaxy in the future, he wanted to kill Zhou Donghuang while he was still in the cradle." The middle-aged man continued. "He initially sent 3 servants of the Qi dynasty who were as powerful as me to kill Zhou Donghuang, but all 3 of them died. Therefore, he suspected that it was a divine transformation adept from the Lightning Sword sect who killed the 3 guards. It was said that at that time he suspected that it was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, Hejin, who had done it. He suspected that Hejin had already broken through to the divine transformation stage and become a divine transformation adept. He sent a divine transformation adept to test the waters and indeed found out that Hejin had already broken through to the divine transformation stage and was very powerful, comparable to a mid-divine transformation adept. At that time, the 7th prince suspected that Hejin's changes had something to do with Zhou Donghuang. He also suspected that if Hejin was allowed to continue to grow, it would not be long before he became a threat to the Qi dynasty. Therefore, he requested permission from the Qi dynasty to destroy the Lightning Sword sect. Coincidentally, the son of the Spring Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, Lu Lang, had violated the illegitimate daughter of the Qi dynasty's 2nd prince. Using this as an excuse, the Lightning Sword sect did not wait for the Lightning Sword sect to sentence Lu Lang to death and immediately destroyed the Lightning Sword sect. He then announced to the public that it was the Lightning Sword sect that had protected Lu Lang and thus incurred the wrath of the Qi dynasty. Under such circumstances, even the Lightning Sword sect's alliance would not be able to stand up for them. After destroying the Lightning Sword sect, the 7th prince instructed me and the old man to stay here and wait for the remaining members of the Lightning Sword sect to return. Before you appeared, sir, we had already killed more than 10 members of the Lightning Sword sect and kept their heads. As the middle-aged man spoke to this point, the black puppy on Zhou Donghuang's shoulder barked strangely, and throughout the two space rings containing the heads. At the same time, it furrowed its brows in disgust. Zhou Donghuang casually sent out a wave of inner yuan and buried the heads deep into the ground. He was very patient throughout the entire process, and his expression was solemn. Of course, the seventh prince instructed us to stay here mainly to deal with Zhou Donghuang. However, Zhou Donghuang should not be among those people, because it is said that Zhou Donghuang always wears a snow-white robe, and, at this point, the middle-aged man could not continue. He stared at the white robe that Zhou Donghuang was wearing and his extraordinarily handsome face. No matter how he looked at it, the person in front of him looked very much like the Zhou Donghuang that the seventh prince had spoken of. Impossible, impossible. Zhou Donghuang, even if he had already broken through to the primordial soul stage, he would only be an ordinary primordial soul adept. He could not possibly be an ultimate primordial soul adept, let alone such a terrifying ultimate primordial soul adept. The middle-aged man consoled himself in his heart. Boss, looks like he has recognized you. The black puppy chuckled. Of course, the middle-aged man could not understand the black puppy's words, because it was speaking in the language of beasts. Only after entering the primal core stage could the black puppy speak in the human language. Bookmarked for easier reading. Chapter 315. This time, when the Qi dynasty attacked the Lightning Sword sect, did anyone from the Lightning Sword sect escape? Zhou Donghuang looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before nodding. 3 of them escaped. One of them was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, He-Jin, and the other 2 seemed to be disciples of the Autumn Valley. He-Jin fought his way out and helped them escape. However, even if He-Jin managed to escape this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for long. As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head. Why? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly, and his originally nonchalant tone became serious for the first time. He was eager to know what the middle-aged man was trying to say. The middle-aged man also heard the change in Zhou Donghuang's tone, and his expression became cautious. The Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, He-Jin, was poisoned by the Qi dynasty's Poison Guard. The Poison Guard of the Qi dynasty is a late divine transformation adept who specializes in using poison. His poison attack is said to be fatal to anyone below the late divine transformation stage. Now, Zhou Donghuang had basically confirmed that his third senior sister, He-Mingxi, was still alive, and Zhuang had been rescued by Valley Head He-Jin. Indeed, the Lightning Sword sect's calamity was brought forward because of my appearance. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had heard from his third senior sister, He-Mingxi, that the destruction of the Lightning Sword sect had something to do with the Spring Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, Lu Lang. As for the specifics, he did not ask. In this life, the destruction of the Lightning Sword sect had something to do with Lu Lang. However, because of him, it had been brought forward. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang suddenly turned around and faced the ruins of the Lightning Sword sect that he had buried. His gaze was resolute and his tone was resolute. I am responsible for your deaths. Today, I, Zhou Donghuang, promise you that in the near future, I will seek justice for all of you. When the middle-aged man heard Zhou Donghuang's solemn words, his expression changed drastically. Zhou Donghuang? You are Zhou Donghuang. How is this possible? How is this possible? Now, Zhou Donghuang's declaration of his identity had unsurprisingly frightened the middle-aged man. This was because it was hard for him to imagine how someone who had only been a late Dharma adept a year ago could enter the ultimate primordial soul stage in the short span of a year, and even possess powers that far surpassed that of an ultimate primordial soul adept like him. His opponent's primordial soul was so strong that it was comparable to the primordial soul of an early divine transformation adept. He had never met such a terrifying ultimate primordial soul adept before. Even those who stood at the pinnacle of the thousands of races in the universe, the most outstanding young geniuses from the great races and supreme sects of the star domain, might not have been this strong when they were at the ultimate primordial soul stage, right? The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Donghuang's back, his eyes flickering. He's actually Zhou Donghuang. Run. Run. With that thought in mind, the middle-aged man turned around and fled without any hesitation. He was like an arrow that had left the bow. However, could he escape? Roar! It was the same earth-shattering roar of a beast. Then a huge white figure moved in the air like a mountain and caught up to the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. This was Zhou Donghuang's white tiger primordial soul power. Bang! The white tiger primordial soul power struck out with its claws and ended the middle-aged man's life. At this point, 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts of the Qi dynasty had already died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang. The Qi dynasty! Zhou Donghuang stared at the sky, his gaze landing on the boundless starry sky as he stared fixedly in one direction. This is just the interest. It won't be long before I personally pay the lightning sword sect back for this debt. Zhou Donghuang's expression returned to normal, but deep in his eyes there was a terrifying glint. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang did not linger at the original base of the lightning sword sect. He left the Tai Lao planet and headed in the direction of the Guiyao planet. He had to first send the black puppy to the Guiyao planet before he could look for his 3rd senior sister, Himingshi, and the rest. If there were no accidents, his 3rd senior sister, Himingshi, must have brought Dezhuang and Valleyhead Hijin to his hometown, the Xian planet of the Kaiyuan galaxy. This was because his 3rd senior sister, Himingshi, knew that this was his hometown and had personally been there before. Of course, this was only Zhou Donghuang's guess, and he felt that this was the most likely possibility. This was because this was the only place where he would be able to find them more quickly. Boss, I'll wait for you to come back. On the Guiyao planet, in the cave behind the waterfall, Zhou Donghuang followed Emo Ningsang's memories and repaired the spell. He then left the black puppy behind and left. Before he left, the black puppy was naturally reluctant to leave. Although it had not known Zhou Donghuang for long, Zhou Donghuang's concern and help had made it see Zhou Donghuang as family. After all, before it had met Zhou Donghuang, it was just an ordinary little demon in the demon beast forest. It was Zhou Donghuang's appearance that changed its fate. The next time I return, it will have awakened its inherited memories as a divine beast. Regardless of whether it is willing to stay by my side, I, Zhou Donghuang, and this divine beast cub can be considered to have formed a good relationship. The black puppy was a divine beast cub, and after awakening its inherited memories, Zhou Donghuang did not know if it would have other thoughts. However, no matter what the outcome was, he would respect the black puppy's decision. From a personal point of view, Zhou Donghuang naturally hoped that he could keep this divine beast cub by his side, because it would be of great help to him. Divine beasts were the cream of the crop among the countless demon beasts in the boundless universe, and they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such existences were not only monstrous in terms of talent and power of understanding, but their growth rate was also astonishing. Furthermore, as long as divine beasts did not die prematurely and continued to grow, they would definitely be able to ascend to the divine realm. Not long ago, Zhou Donghuang had gone to find the black puppy because he wanted it to be of help to him in this lifetime. However, after actually meeting the black puppy and spending some time with it, he suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were too selfish. Some things could not be forced, or it would only backfire. How could a divine beast be easily controlled by the will of a human? In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 5 years since I left the Xian planet. After leaving the Guiyao planet, Zhou Donghuang did not return to the Tai Lao planet. The Tai Lao planet was a planet that was relatively close to the Guiyao planet. Other than the Tylao planet, there were a few other planets that were also very close to the Guiyao planet, so he randomly went to one of them. Then, through the galaxy teleport on that planet, he was transported to another galaxy next to the Kaiyuan galaxy, where the Xian planet was located. This was also the galaxy that he had arrived at after leaving the Xian planet more than 4 years ago, and it was still the same galaxy teleporter on that planet. The Akiyama galaxy, the Heiyu planet, the northern wilderness. Although it had only been slightly more than 4 years since he had returned to this place, Zhou Donghuang still felt as if it had been a lifetime. That year, when he had just arrived, he had been ambushed by 3 golden essence adepts who had wanted to rob him of his belongings. However, they had underestimated him, and in the end, they had all been killed by him. The Ziyun planet, from the northern wilderness galaxy teleporter, Zhou Donghuang once again traversed the void using his physical body. His destination was the Ziyun planet, where the Kaiyuan galaxy was located. Because he had walked this path in the past, it was a walk in the park now. Back then, Zhou Donghuang had walked this path for a long time. However, the current him was much more powerful than before. In just a few days, he had completed the journey and appeared in front of a very familiar planet. "I'm here." Looking at the planet in front of him, Zhou Donghuang's originally calm gaze became gentle in an instant. Whether it was Earth or the Ziyun planet, he saw them both as his home. Once again, there was an irrepressible excitement in the depths of his heart. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang's entire body seemed to have transformed into a shooting star, streaking across the starry sky and landing on the Ziyun planet. 4 years was enough for many things to happen. In the past 4 years, the greatest change in the Ziyun planet was undoubtedly the transcendental force of the Ziyun planet, the Donghuang sect, established by Zhou Donghuang, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Ziyun planet. At the beginning, the Donghuang sect was just a sect with very few people. Although it had a high status, there were very few disciples. However, in these 4 years, under the influence of the elusive Donghuang sect leader, Zhou Donghuang, countless people from all over the Ziyun planet came to join the Donghuang sect. And because of this, after 4 years, the Donghuang sect had become a top sect in the Ziyun planet. Even without the elusive Donghuang sect leader, in terms of power, the current Donghuang sect was already on par with the other top sects, and even showed signs of overshadowing them. The Donghuang Peak was where the Donghuang sect was based. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard halfway up the Donghuang Peak, 3 young and beautiful women sat at a table, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. "Sister Mingxi, is there really no other way?" Yang Zishi looked at He Mingxi, who was sitting across the table, and asked worriedly, "Uncle He Jin is a divine transformation adept who is above the primordial soul adept. Why would he be afraid of a mere poison?" In Yang Zishi's eyes, primal core adepts were already very powerful, and primordial soul adepts were even above primal core adepts. As for the even more powerful divine transformation adepts, they were existences that were unreachable in her eyes. Such existences, why would they be afraid of a mere poison? "Zishi, that is no ordinary poison," He Mingxi said with a bitter expression. He Mingxi's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her face was bitter as she said, "That was the Qi dynasty's poison protector, a late divine transformation adept. The poison palm that he practices is extremely toxic, and it is said that any adept below the late divine transformation stage will definitely die. My father is only able to hold on until now because of the mysterious technique that little brother passed on to him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on much longer." He Mingxi said. Just as He Mingxi finished speaking, an urgent cry came from outside, causing He Mingxi's expression to change. Senior sister, the Valley Lord cannot hold on any longer. He wants you to see him one last time." Chapter 3:16. The person who had come to look for He Mingxi was the disciple of the Lightning Sword sect's Autumn Valley, Dezhuang, who had followed He Mingxi and her father to the Ziyun planet. The current Dezhuang was obviously more muscular. His originally calm and honest face had a more resolute and mature look, giving people the feeling that he had grown into an adult overnight. At that moment, De Zhuang's face and eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Whoosh! He Mingxi ran out of the courtyard. She didn't even say goodbye to De Zhuang. She immediately rushed to another courtyard, not far away, halfway up the mountain. Her father and De Zhuang were staying there during this period of time. As soon as he Mingxi left, De Zhuang hurriedly followed. Yang Zishi and Ren Jiape also followed them. Father! In a room in the courtyard, he Mingxi was nestled in front of the bed. On the bed lay a middle-aged man who was on the verge of death. The middle-aged man's face was withered and his body was emaciated. His entire body was shrouded in a black aura. He looked like a skeleton wrapped in skin. It was hard to imagine that this was the heroic Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect. Don't be sad. With much difficulty, He-Jin forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. Promise me, don't be rash in the face of trouble. Before you have enough power, and before you have Donghuang's permission. Don't seek revenge in the future. Listen to Donghuang more. Although he is younger than you, he is more mature than you and sees things more clearly than you. Wait for him to return. Before he returns, do not leave the Ziyun planet. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until he returns. After He-Jin said those words with great difficulty, the life force on his body began to wither, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Just as He Mingxi's expression changed, De Zhuang, Yang Zishi, and Rin Jiape's expressions also changed. A voice came from outside. Valley Master, aren't I back now? His voice was filled with magnetism, gentleness, and concern. As soon as it entered the ears of the people in the room, it caused their eyes to light up in unison. Even He-Jin's life force seemed to have increased a little at this moment. Who? As if a gust of wind blew past, a white figure flashed in and arrived before the bed in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, it was a handsome young man in clothes that were whiter than snow. The young man's bearing was extraordinary, and the moment he appeared, everything in the surroundings seemed to have dimmed in comparison. Miss Mingxi, young master said that he can help Lord He-Jin cure the poison. A young man in plain clothes walked in. He had a simple face and a gentle gaze. It was Fu, who had been by Zhou Donghuang's side for a long time. Now it was Fu who had brought Zhou Donghuang over. The moment Zhou Donghuang arrived, he went to look for his mother, Linlan, and sister, Yunlu, but found that they were not there. Then he went to Fu's residence, found Fu, and immediately rushed here under Fu's lead. As soon as Fu's words fell, He Mingxi's eyes that were already somewhat bright lit up once more. Little junior brother, you really have a way to cure my father's poison? Third senior sister, this little bit of poison is not a problem for me. Now, Zhou Donghuang had already helped He-Jin up from the bed and had him sit cross-legged. Then he took out an elixir from his space ring and placed it in He-Jin's mouth. Valley Head, this is a poison neutralization elixir that I obtained outside. It is said to be able to cure hundreds of poisons, and even if it cannot be cured, it can still suppress the poison. To be on the safe side, after you consume this poison neutralization elixir, I will help you cure the poison. I know a secret method to expel poisons. Even if this poison neutralization elixir cannot cure the poison in your body, as long as it can suppress it, I am confident of getting rid of it. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, He-Jin swallowed the poison neutralization elixir without hesitation. Then the black poisonous gas surrounding He-Jin was visibly suppressed, but it did not disappear. Fu, go to the courtyard and pick a flower or a leaf. Following that, Zhou Donghuang instructed Fu. Yes, young master. Fu responded and left the room. Soon he returned with a leaf and a flower. Under Zhou Donghuang's instructions, he placed them beside He-Jin, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Thump, thump. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang sat cross-legged behind He Jin and placed both his palms on He Jin's back. In the next moment, Zhou Donghuang began to channel the inner yuan in his body into He Jin's body. There were no obstructions along the way, because the inner yuan in He Jin's body had already been used up to resist the poison in his body. This made things easier for Zhou Donghuang. With a thought, Zhou Donghuang began to use the detoxification mystic technique from his previous life, grafting. His inner yuan swept across He Jin's entire body, activating all the toxins in his body and causing all the toxins in his body to boil. Then, with another thought from Zhou Donghuang, all the poison in He Jin's body left He Jin's body under the guidance of his inner yuan. Then, all the poison entered the flower and the grass beside He Jin. He Mingxi and the rest stared unblinkingly at Zhou Donghuang and He Jin from beginning to end. After about a quarter of an hour, they saw flash before their eyes as a black light shot out from He Jin's head, then made a turn and entered the flower beside He Jin. At the same time, when they looked at the flower, they realized that the flower had withered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, its entire body had turned black like charcoal. This, He Mingxi's eyes narrowed. She, who had been squatting in front of the bed, was so shocked that she stood up. When she stood up, a gentle breeze inadvertently swept across the flower that seemed to have turned into a conversation. The flower was instantly torn apart, and then continued to be carried by the wind, turning into a pile of ashes. "It's done!" Zhou Donghuang's voice rang out, but this time he sounded a little weak and weak. "Valley Head, the poison in his body has been completely neutralized. After this, he will be able to recover to his peak condition after some rest. Third senior sister, don't worry." Now, Zhou Donghuang's entire white robe was soaked in sweat, and his forehead was also full of sweat. Although it had only been a quarter of an hour, he seemed to have used up all his strength. Even the 4 primordial souls in his dantian had now become extremely dim and illusory. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. It was clear that the flower grafting technique had taken a lot out of him. "Fu, help me down to freshen up and change my clothes." After saying this to Fu, Zhou Donghuang closed his eyes. His rapid heartbeat could be heard clearly in the quiet room. "Yes, young master." Fu heard this and stepped forward to support Zhou Donghuang. Then, under the concerned gaze of the 3 women and 1 man in the room, he helped Zhou Donghuang down. "Father, how are you?" As He Mingxi asked He Jin, and although Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei wanted to follow Fu, they stayed behind to accompany He Mingxi. As He Mingxi helped her father lie down, she asked anxiously, "I'm much better. The poison in my body is gone. Go check on Donghuang. He has expended a lot of energy just now." In fact, He Jin had long discovered that the poison in his body had been neutralized, but he had been immersed in Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan, which was as vast as the ocean. Within Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan, there was not only 1 inner yuan of the ultimate primordial soul stage, but there were also 3 other inner yuan of the late primordial soul stage. However, he felt that the inner yuan of the ultimate primordial soul stage was almost on par with his own, and was no weaker than the inner yuan of an ordinary early divine transformation adept. One had to know that although he was only an early divine transformation adept, he was stronger than an ordinary mid-divine transformation adept. This was because he had switched to the deity level technique, the 1,000-star sword technique, which Zhou Donghuang had given him. This made his inner yuan much stronger than most adepts of the same stage. In addition, Zhou Donghuang's other 3 inner yuan of the late primordial soul stage were no weaker than the inner yuan of an ordinary ultimate primordial soul stage adept. The aura of the inner yuan was at that level. However, the explosive power contained within it was far beyond the level that the aura appeared to be at. In fact, it was more than 1 level. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. For inner yuan, it's as if there are 4 primordial soul powers in Zhou Donghuang's body. My God, for primordial soul powers, how did he train? Furthermore, in such a short period of time, he managed to break through to such a level. What kind of miraculous encounter did he have the last time he left? Now, although Jin was trying his best to calm himself down and let his daughter visit Zhou Donghuang, the shock in his heart could not be quelled. Naturally, he knew that the difficulty of training for primordial soul powers was far greater than training one primordial soul power. Even if he was given the chance to train in such a technique, he would not have the courage to do so. Looking at the level of practice of the 4 primordial soul powers in Zhou Donghuang's body, they were basically on par with each other. Only one of the primordial soul powers had a higher level of practice than the other 3 primordial soul powers. Obviously, it needed to grow at the same time. The other 3 primordial soul powers would obviously be a hindrance. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult to break through to the divine transformation stage. Perhaps he would need to train the other 3 primordial soul powers to the ultimate primordial soul stage before he could break through to the divine transformation stage. You guys go ahead. I'm fine. As he sent his daughter to visit Zhou Donghuang, Jin glanced at Zhuang, Yang Zishi, and Rin Jiapei. He could tell that the 3 of them had already left with Zhou Donghuang, but they were too embarrassed to leave him at this time, so they did not leave. As soon as Jin finished speaking, Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei rushed out of the door. As for Mingxi and Zhuang, they followed behind them. However, when the 4 of them went to find him, Zhou Donghuang had already closed the door. Fu was standing guard outside. Seeing the 4 of them in a hurry, he smiled and said, "Young master asked me to tell you that he's fine. He's just exhausted. He'll be fine after a bath and some rest." Hearing Fu's words, the 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they did not leave and stood guard outside the courtyard. "Sister Mingxi, Zishi and I are enough here. Go back and take care of Uncle Jin," Rin Jiapei told Mingxi. While Mingxi was hesitating, Yang Zishi also tried to persuade her. In the end, with Zhuang's help, she and Zhuang finally returned to Jin's place. End of chapter. Chapter 317. Inside the room, Zhou Donghuang sat cross-legged in the bathtub and closed his eyes to practice, recovering the inner yuan in his body. Now, he had already consumed many core drugs that could aid in the recovery of his inner yuan. After recovering for a while, he had enough inner yuan to set up a spell formation. So he began to set up an energy-gathering spell formation in the room, allowing the 4 primordial soul powers to further recover their inner yuan. Of course, the spirit in the planet of Zune could not be compared to the other planets he had been to before, so the effect of the energy-gathering spell formation was not as good. He had to rely more on the spirit accumulated in the spirit stones used to set up the spell formation to practice. After a full 3 days and 3 nights, and after expending a large number of spirit stones, the White Tiger primordial soul power in Zhou Donghuang's body finally recovered to its peak state. As for the other 3 primordial soul power, they had only recovered a small portion of their inner yuan. Under such circumstances, Zhou Donghuang stopped practicing and continued to recover, because the rest could be recovered slowly and there was no hurry. His current strength depended more on the White Tiger primordial soul power. Furthermore, with his ultimate primordial soul stage White Tiger primordial soul, he would be invincible in the entire galaxy, let alone the planet of Zune. Now, what Zhou Donghuang wanted to do most was to see his mother, Linlan, and his sister, Yunlu. Creak! After opening the door, Zhou Donghuang immediately saw a few figures standing up in front of the stone table in the courtyard. 2 of them were young ladies whom he had already seen when he had returned, and 2 people whom he had wanted to see the first time he had returned, but had not been able to. "Brother!" The petite figure pounced into Zhou Donghuang's arms like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Donghuang smiled as he opened his arms and hugged the little girl tightly. "Woo-woo! Brother, you are finally back. Xiao Lu missed you. Xiao Lu missed you so much." The little girl who had leapt into Zhou Donghuang's arms was Yunlu. Although it had been almost 5 years, time had not left any traces on Yunlu's body. She still looked so young and had not grown up at all. Seeing this, Zhou Donghuang was not surprised, but his heart ached. That year, Yin Lu had forcefully activated the maximum strength of her muscles before she had even started to develop. So her body could not grow any further unless she entered the primordial soul stage and took over the body of another. Or he could step into the celestial being realm and reconstruct his physical body. Other than that, unless he could find a treasure that could help him reconstruct his physical body. However, such a treasure was something that he had never seen even in his thousands of years of roaming the universe. It was extremely rare. Big Brother missed you too. Zhou Donghuang carried Yin Lu and walked over to the beautiful woman of the other three. Seeing that the beautiful woman's face had not changed much, he suppressed his excitement and said, "Mother, I'm back." "It's good that you're back." The beautiful woman was Zhou Donghuang's adoptive mother, Lin Lan. Seeing her son again after 5 years, she could not help but tear up. A mother worries her son as he travels 1,000 miles. Although her son had always made her feel at ease. However, the place her son was going was beyond the perilous cosmos. He could encounter danger at any time. So she had been worried about her son's safety almost every day for the past few years. Now, seeing that Zhou Donghuang had returned safely, she could finally put her heart at ease. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou. At this time, Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei, who had long lost their childishness and had grown more graceful, looked at Zhou Donghuang emotionally. Although they had seen each other 3 days ago, they had not had the chance to catch up. Now that they finally had a chance to catch up, they were filled with mixed feelings as they thought about the past. "You've both grown up." Zhou Donghuang looked at the two girls and smiled slightly. At the same time, he sighed to himself. He had thought that after so many years, seeing the two girls again, they would definitely not be as infatuated with him as they had been when they were young. They would each have their own lives. Perhaps they would have found someone that they liked and was suitable for them. However, at this moment, seeing the strange look in the two girls' eyes, he realized he was wrong. In fact, whether it was Yang Zishi or Ren Jiapei, although they had met Zhou Donghuang when they were young and interacted with him, Zhou Donghuang's excellence had long been ingrained in their hearts. Since then, it wasn't like there weren't any suitors around them. However, they either felt that they were childish or that they were not outstanding enough. No matter what, they could not compare to the big brother, Zhou, that they had been longing for. They had first met in the Chu royal city and then met Donghuang for the rest of their lives. This could be said to be the true portrayal of Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei. Big brother, is the world beyond the stars fun? Not only did Yin Lu still look like a child, but her personality was also the same. In the big family of the Donghuang sect, everyone inside and out called her a little princess. Seeing the curiosity in Yin Lu's big eyes, Zhou Donghuang carried her to the stone table and said with a smile, "Of course it's fun." Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Yin Lu's face was full of longing, and her eyes were full of anticipation. Then, "Big brother, when can I leave the Xian planet and go to the world beyond the stars to play?" Yin Lu blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhou Donghuang pitifully. "If I want to go play, I can do so any time." Zhou Donghuang smiled. "When Big brother is done with the things on hand, I will take you out to play, okay?" "Okay." Yin Lu's eyes lit up. "Big brother, you can't lie to me. When has Big brother ever lied to me?" Zhou Donghuang stroked Yin Lu's little head and shook his head with a doting smile. Then Zhou Donghuang chatted with Lin Lan, Yang Zishi, and Ren Jiapei for a while before he put down Yin Lu and said to her, "Xiao Lu, I will go to the Valley Head's place and then come back. You and mother can wait for me here." As he said this, Zhou Donghuang looked at Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei again and nodded at them. He then left the courtyard and went to the courtyard where the Lightning Sword Sect's Autumn Valley Head, Hijin, lived. Valley Head. Zhou Donghuang came to the courtyard and greeted him. Before he saw Hijin, the door to the room next to Hijin's opened, and a burly man walked out, looking at Zhou Donghuang with shining eyes. "Little brother, you're here." Zhou Donghuang nodded at De Zhuang and used his divine will to scan him. It was not difficult to see that De Zhuang's current level of practice had already reached the ultimate Dharma stage, and he was not far from the primordial soul stage. De Zhuang, looks like you haven't been slacking off recently. Zhou Donghuang smiled. I'm almost at the primordial soul stage. Hearing this, De Zhuang scratched his head in embarrassment. It's all because senior sister has worked hard, so I did not dare to slack off. Furthermore, senior sister said that in the future, we will fight our way back to take revenge. If we don't work hard, we won't be able to do so. Third, senior sister. Thinking of He Mingxi, Zhou Donghuang sighed to himself. Perhaps to De Zhuang, the lightning sword sect was gone. The only people he cared about were He Mingxi and He Jin, his two benefactors. He did not have much to do with the others. But to He Mingxi, the lightning sword sect was her home. It was her home since she was young. And now her home was gone. Donghuang is here. With the sound of a door opening, He Jin also walked out of his room. Compared to the He Jin from a few days ago, the He Jin now was much more energetic, even though he was still skinny and had not fully recovered. Come and sit. He Jin sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and called out to Zhou Donghuang. At the same time, he looked at De Zhuang and said, De Zhuang, please help us brew a pot of tea. Yes, Valley Head. De Zhuang replied respectfully and then went to look for a tea set to brew tea. Zhou Donghuang also landed on the ground and sat opposite He Jin. Valley Head, I'm sorry to have implicated you, the Autumn Valley and the sect. Zhou Donghuang sat down and said apologetically, It has nothing to do with you. He Jin shook his head. It's just that the catastrophe in your dream has come early. Furthermore, as you said before, it's all because of the son of the Spring Valley Head, Lu Lang. You've only brought this catastrophe forward. Furthermore, I perished in your dream. When the calamity came early, I managed to escape with Mingxi and De Zhuang because I was well prepared and had reached the soul formation stage with the deity tribulation level cultivation method you taught me. The 1,000-star sword technique allowed me to escape successfully with Mingxi and De Zhuang. It can be said that if not for you, in the end, the three of us would have met the same fate as in your dream. Only Mingxi would have survived. He Jin sighed as he spoke. However, although I have reached the divine transformation stage, and my power is comparable to that of an ordinary mid-divine transformation adept, in the face of the Qi dynasty's overwhelming power, I could only save Mingxi and De Zhuang. As for the others, there is nothing I can do. At this point, He Jin's originally calm face began to twitch slightly, and he could not help but clench his fists tightly. His fingertips pierced through his palms, and blood flowed freely. Father, you have tried your best. He Mingxi had arrived and was standing beside De Zhuang, who had finished brewing tea. Evidently, De Zhuang had told her that Zhou Donghuang had arrived. Little brother, seeing that you are fine, I am relieved. I was really worried that you would return to the sect and be killed by the people of the Qi dynasty. After we left, we went back. The Qi dynasty had sent people to guard the sect, probably waiting for you to return. After all, you are too big a threat to them. However, because father was poisoned, I was unable to deal with them. As He Mingxi spoke, she sat down. At this point, De Zhuang had already set up the teacups for the three of them and poured tea from the teapot. Third sister, I have returned to the lightning sword sect. Zhou Donghuang smiled at He Mingxi and shook his head. I only returned to the Xian planet because I heard that the lightning sword sect had been destroyed and that you had escaped. This was because I guessed that you would return here to wait for me. As it turns out, I guessed correctly. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, He Mingxi's expression changed. What? You returned to the sect. Chapter 318. Yes, I did. Zhou Donghuang acted as if he did not see the change in He Mingxi's expression as he nodded his head and spoke casually. Then, did you meet the people from the Qi dynasty who were guarding the place. Although she knew that her little junior brother was safe and sound, when she heard that he had returned to the Lightning Sword sect after it had been destroyed, Mingxi could not help but break out in a cold sweat. This was because, according to what she knew, after the Lightning Sword sect had been destroyed, the Qi dynasty had specially sent people to guard the Lightning Sword sect. It was as if they were waiting for her junior brother to fall into their trap. After all, her junior brother's martial arts talent was something that even the Qi dynasty was wary of. I did. Zhou Donghuang nodded his head and acted as if he did not see Mingxi's expression change once again as he continued. I originally wanted to use the galaxy teleporter to return to the sect, but I realized that the destination teleporter did not respond, so I used the galaxy teleporter near the Thunder Knife sect instead. At that time, when I appeared, I discovered that there were a few people guarding the galaxy teleporter near the Thunder Knife sect. There were a few disciples of the Lightning Sword sect who had been captured, as well as an ultimate primordial soul adept of the Qi dynasty. When Mingxi heard this, her eyes narrowed. She had not expected that the Qi dynasty would also have people stationed at the galaxy teleporter near the Thunder Knife sect. As for why they had kept a few disciples of the Lightning Sword sect as captives, it was not difficult for her to guess. It must have been so that they could recognize the Qi dynasty. At that time, a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect recognized me and informed the Qi dynasty adept. Then, the Qi dynasty adept used the excuse that the disciples of the Lightning Sword sect had lost their value and killed them. After that, he attacked me. At this point, Zhou Donghuang paused for a while before continuing. However, he did not expect that he was no match for me at all. After killing him, I returned to the Lightning Sword sect and found that it had already been reduced to rubble. I walked around the rubble and could not find the bodies of third senior sister, Valley Head or Dezhuang, so I wondered if the three of you had survived. Then, another two ultimate primordial soul realm worshippers from the Qi dynasty appeared and tried to kill me. After I killed one of them, the other cooperated and told me everything that had happened. Only then did I confirm that third senior sister and the two of you had survived. At the same time, I know that the Valley Head has been poisoned by the Qi dynasty's poison protector and is in grave danger. After killing the official of the Qi dynasty, I thought for a while and felt that the two of you most likely went to my hometown, the Xian planet. That's why I rushed back immediately. In one breath, Zhou Donghuang recounted his experiences after returning to the Tai Lao planet. From start to finish, his expression was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Mingxi's face was blank, as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Her junior brother had killed a few ultimate primordial soul realm experts of the Qi dynasty? How could he be so strong? How long has it been? And now, not only was Mingxi stunned, but even Dezhuang, who was pouring tea, was so shocked that he dropped the teapot in his hands. Junior brother is already able to kill ultimate primordial soul adepts? The two ultimate primordial soul adepts of the Qi dynasty had joined forces, but they were still killed by him. While Mingxi and Dezhuang were in shock, Jin's face was calm, as if he was not surprised at all. When Mingxi regained her composure, she also realized this and asked, "Father, why do you not seem surprised at all? Junior brother has only been gone for a short period of time, but he is already able to kill ultimate primordial soul adepts." Jin laughed. When Donghuang helped me dispel the poison in my body a few days ago, I realized that the inner yuan in his body was very strong. It was even stronger than the average early divine transformation adepts. With the strength of his inner yuan, killing the ultimate primordial soul adepts of the Qi dynasty was a piece of cake. Hearing Jin's words, Mingxi looked at Zhou Donghuang again and could not help but exclaim, "Junior brother, you have already reached the divine transformation stage." The divine transformation stage was a stage that was above the primordial soul stage. Even in the Lightning Sword sect, there were only a handful of people who had reached this stage, and they were all very old. And how old was this junior brother of hers? Not yet. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. I am only at the ultimate primordial soul stage now, but because of the powerful technique that I practice, my battle power is far above that of an average ultimate primordial soul adept, and I am on par with an early divine transformation adept. For example, before the valley head broke through to the divine transformation stage, he used the deity level technique, the 1,000-star sword technique. Throughout the entire Hunglio galaxy, no one below the divine transformation stage was a match for him. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he looked at He Jin. Indeed. He Jin also looked at He Mingxi and nodded. The strength of one's technique can directly affect one's battle power at the same stage. Although I am only at the early divine transformation stage now, with the deity level technique, the 1,000-star sword technique that Donghuang taught me, I am able to battle an average mid-divine transformation adept. That's too much of a blow. He Mingxi smiled bitterly. In just a few short months, Junior Brother has already reached the ultimate primordial soul stage, and I have only just reached the threshold of the primordial soul stage. When He Jin and Zhou Donghuang had first left the Guiyao planet, he had discovered that Zhou Donghuang had reached the late primordial soul stage, but because this news was too shocking, he had not told anyone, not even his daughter, He Mingxi. Hence, He Mingxi's current shock was naturally much greater than He Jin's. Junior Brother, aren't you too abnormal? De Zhuang, who was standing at the side, could only mutter this after a long time. He Jin looked at He Mingxi and De Zhuang and smiled. Now you know the difference between you and your junior brother, right? What are you waiting for? I am really worried that by the time you reach the divine transformation stage, your junior brother might already have the power to destroy the entire Qi dynasty. The Qi dynasty. When He Jin mentioned the Qi dynasty once again, his eyes flashed with a cold light. The Qi dynasty had not only almost massacred the people of the Autumn Valley, but they had also destroyed the Lightning Sword sect, which had groomed him, and had almost killed him. If Donghuang had not returned in time, he would have been killed by the Qi dynasty's poison protector. Hearing He Jin's words, He Mingxi's face instantly turned serious. Even De Zhuang's expression turned serious. Finally, it was Zhou Donghuang who smiled and broke the tense atmosphere. This time, when I left the sect, I obtained many good things. Among these things, 2 of them will be of great use to the Valley Head, and the rest will be of use to you and De Zhuang. After finding the divine beast cub, the black puppy, Zhou Donghuang had brought the black puppy out for more than 2 months. During this time, he had visited many places that he remembered from his previous life and had obtained many things. Besides a large number of spirit stones, he had also obtained some rare spirit fruits and core drugs. Of course, he had refined all the spirit fruits and herbs that could be refined into core drugs. Donghuang, you should keep them for yourself. He Jin stopped him and said, using those things on you is much better than using them on me. As for Mingxi and De Zhuang, unless it's something you can't use, you can keep them for yourself. Among us, you have the highest potential. It is better for you to grow quickly than for us to slow you down. Humans were selfish by nature. However, Zhou Donghuang had saved He Jin's life, and in addition, he had taught He Jin the 1,000-star sword technique. He Jin could not be selfish in front of Zhou Donghuang. Moreover, what he said was from the bottom of his heart. If they were to slow down Zhou Donghuang's growth, it would be better for them to slow down their growth and let Zhou Donghuang grow first. Little junior brother, I agree with my father. He Mingxi's thoughts were the same as He Jin's. Yes, little junior brother, instead of giving me good things, you should keep them for yourself. In the future, we still need you to avenge our brothers and sisters in the Autumn Valley, De Zhuang said with a smile. Don't worry, my progress will not be affected by the things I have given you. Don't worry, the progress of my cultivation won't be affected by the things I've given you. The things I've given you are either things I don't need or things I don't need. Don't worry, my progress will not be affected by the things I have given you. It wasn't until he confirmed it again and again that Jean and the others were willing to accept the spirit fruits and medicinal pills he took out, as well as the large amount of spirit stones that shocked even Jean. After the three of them accepted the gifts, they immediately bade Duan Ling Tian farewell and rushed back to practice. Obviously, Zhou Donghuang's rapid progress had not only stimulated He Mingxi, but also De Zhuang and He Jin. I haven't seen them since I came back. After He Jin and the other two left, a few figures appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. They were Freezing Wind, Lu Qinghu, Zhou Han, Zhou Feng, and the others. There were also two huge figures. They were the golden-crowned eagles, Big Gold and Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian walked out of He Jin and De Zhuang's courtyard and walked across the Donghuang Peak with his hands behind his back. He did not disturb anyone. After a round of inspection, he couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. At least they did not slack off. The Donghuang Peak was no longer as deserted as before. It was now bustling with activity. After a few years of development, coupled with Zhou Donghuang's reputation, the Donghuang sect had become the holy land of the Ziyun planet. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Zhou Donghuang's ear, attracting his attention. An ordinary voice would not have stopped him in his tracks. But now this voice mentioned a name, Hong Yunfei. The name Hong Yunfei was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it could be said that he was very familiar with it. Years ago, Qin Dandan had betrayed his mother, Lin Lan, because she had gotten close to the preeminent Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture capital, Hong Yunfei, the Donghuang Emperor. Chapter 319. Perhaps it's just the same name. Zhou Donghuang shook his head and prepared to leave. However, a voice rang out in his ears once again, causing him to stop moving. Hong Yunfei, I heard that you are from the Yunfeng prefecture, where our esteemed Donghuang sect leader made a name for himself when he was young. You are both from the remote Yunfeng prefecture. Our sect leader is so outstanding. Why are you so pathetic? Did you get first place in the sub-sect examinations because you got in through the back door? There was a hint of mockery in the voice. This Hong Yunfei is also from the Yunfeng prefecture? Zhou Donghuang was stunned for a moment before he appeared on an arena halfway up the Donghuang Peak. With just a glance, he saw the young man who had been injured and was panting heavily on the ground. He stared at the arrogant young man in front of him with an unwilling expression. Fang Luanjie, you and I are about the same age. I've just entered the sect for 3 months, and you've been in the sect for more than 3 years. Is it something to be proud of to be able to defeat me by just a move or two? 3 months, at most 3 months. In 3 months, I, Hong Yunfei, will definitely defeat you. Hong Yunfei was the first young master of the preeminent Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture, and also the person who had been with Qin Dandan in the past. That year, after his father, the chief of the Hong family, had found out about Qin Dandan's identity, he had sent him to pursue her. Subsequently, he had successfully followed Qin Dandan to the Medicine King sect and become a disciple of Qin Dandan's biological father, the second elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, after that, Qin Dandan had felt that he was not good enough for her and had chased him out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. From that moment on, Hong Yunfei's personality had changed. He felt that it was better to rely on himself than on others. Therefore, after returning to the Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture, he had devoted himself to training, thinking that he would one day avenge himself after Qin Dandan's death. Later, when he heard that Qin Dandan had become a disciple of the Xianin sect, the Golden Essence Elder, he had felt hopeless. He felt that there was no hope for him to avenge himself, and because of this he had been depressed for a long time. It was only when Zhou Donghuang had risen and killed Qin Dandan's Dharma adept teacher that he had established the Donghuang sect and made the Valley of the Medicine Masters a subsect of the Donghuang sect, that he had recovered from his depression and found a new goal. He would enter the Donghuang subsect before entering the main Donghuang sect. Half a year ago, he had obtained first place in the Dongwang subsect examination and obtained a place to enter the main Dongwang sect. 3 months later, he arrived at the main Dongwang sect and successfully fulfilled his dream. 3 months? You! The young man standing in front of Hong Yunfei had a look of contempt and disdain on his face. He then looked at the surrounding Donghuang sect disciples and said, "Did you hear that?" This Hong Yunfei said that he would definitely defeat me in 3 months. Perhaps he still doesn't know that with just a word from me, my father will be able to deduct the spirit stones he receives every month, leaving him without spirit stones to cultivate. As he spoke, the young man sneered. When Hong Yunfei heard the young man's words, his face changed drastically. He naturally knew that Fang Luanjie was not joking. Fang Luanjie's father was one of the few outer sect elders in charge of the internal affairs of the outer sect disciples. With just a word, he could cut off Fang Luanjie's supply of spirit stones for various reasons. This would cause Fang Luanjie to lack spirit stones for cultivation, and thus slow his cultivation progress. He had not expected Fang Luanjie to be so ruthless over a small conflict. Senior brother Fang. The skinny young man who had walked up to help Hong Yunfei immediately turned pale when he heard Fang Luanjie's words. He immediately let go of Hong Yunfei and knelt down in front of Fang Luanjie. Senior brother Fang, I'll lick your shoe. I'll lick your shoe right now. This matter has nothing to do with senior brother Yunfei. Don't cut off his spirit stones. Please don't. As the skinny young man spoke, he knelt in front of Fang Luanjie and lowered his head, about to lick the shoe on Fang Luanjie's right foot. One could see that there was a faint, gray shoe print on the shoe. Xiao Yong, Hong Yunfei shouted. We can be killed, but we cannot be humiliated. If the main sect does not tolerate us, we will at most return to the subsect and never step foot in the main sect again. Senior brother Yunfei. The skinny young man, Xiao Yong, turned to look at Hong Yunfei, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his face. Senior brother Yunfei, entering the main sect is your dream, and it is because of your hard work that you have set a good example for me. Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter the main sect. Today's matter was caused by me. Let me settle it. Please, Xiao Yong begged. At this time, more and more people had gathered to watch, and Zhou Donghuang had also learned about what had happened from some of the spectators. This Donghuang sect disciple by the name of Xiao Yong had been distracted while walking and had accidentally stepped on the foot of the Donghuang sect disciple by the name of Fang Luanjie. No matter how he apologized, Fang Luanjie insisted that he lick his shoe clean. At this time, Hong Yunfei had stood up for Xiao Yong, but he had been defeated and injured by Fang Luanjie. Xiao Yong and Hong Yunfei were from the same batch of people who had passed the assessment to enter the main sect, and they knew each other. Besides being an outer sect disciple, Fang Luanjie also had a father who was an outer sect elder. In the outer sect of the Donghuang sect, he could be said to have a strong background. Few outer sect disciples dared to offend him, and those who had offended him in the past did not end up well. Under such circumstances, Fang Luanjie had become arrogant and domineering. Unknowingly, Zhou Donghuang's gaze had gradually turned cold. How could such a thing happen in his Donghuang sect? Enough. Zhou Donghuang walked out slowly, passing through the crowd and walking to the front. After glancing at Fang Luanjie, he looked at Xiao Yong, who was kneeling on the ground. Kneeling down to lick someone's shoe, is that what the Donghuang sect taught you? You came to the main sect from the subsect, and you learned to endure humiliation? As soon as Zhou Donghuang spoke, Xiao Yong's face turned red. No, no, no. Who are you? Are you trying to be like Hong Yunfei and be a busybody? Fang Luanjie looked at Zhou Donghuang. When he saw that Zhou Donghuang was younger and more handsome than him, a look of jealousy flashed across his eyes. He pointed at Hong Yunfei and said, "Did you see what happened to him? If you don't want to end up like him, then get lost." Fang Luanjie suddenly shouted at Zhou Donghuang, his tone condescending and extremely unfriendly. However, Zhou Donghuang ignored him and looked at Hong Yunfei, who was struggling to stand up. Zhou Donghuang asked calmly, "Your name is Hong Yunfei? From the preeminent Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture capital? How did you know?" Hong Yunfei's eyes narrowed in shock. A few years ago, when he had left his family to go to the subsect of the Donghuang sect, he had only said that he was from Yunfeng prefecture. He had never said that he was from the Yunfeng prefecture capital, nor had he told anyone that he was from the preeminent Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture capital. "I also know that you are the first young master of the preeminent Hong family of the Yunfeng prefecture capital." Zhou Donghuang smiled. Who are you?" Hong Yunfei then looked at the person in front of him seriously. He was sure that he had never seen him before. Dressed in a robe whiter than snow, he was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His aura was extraordinary, especially the confidence that he exuded. With just one look, he made Hong Yunfei feel ashamed of himself. "Do you still remember Qin Dandan?" Zhou Donghuang asked with a smile. Hong Yunfei's expression changed. Qin Dandan. He naturally remembered this name, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. You know Qin Dandan?" Hong Yunfei's heart trembled. "Yes." Zhou Donghuang nodded. "Not only do I know Qin Dandan, I am also an old friend of hers. I know what happened between you and Qin Dandan." Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, Hong Yunfei's expression changed again. Fang Luanjie, who had been ignored by Zhou Donghuang, shouted angrily, "Rascal, how dare you ignore me? You're asking for death." Following Fang Luanjie's shout, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cheetah as he charged towards Zhou Donghuang. "Be careful," Hong Yunfei warned Zhou Donghuang. However, what happened in the next moment caused Hong Yunfei and the surrounding crowd to be dumbfounded. "Piak!" The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Fang Luanjie, who had just charged in front of the young man in white, did not even have time to react before he was slapped across the face by the young man in white. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth as he flew to one side and landed pathetically on the ground. This scene was so sudden that it caused everyone to fall silent. Only Fang Luanjie's pitiful cries could be heard. Who is he? How could he send Fang Luanjie flying with just one slap? Fang Luanjie is considered an expert amongst the outer sect disciples. I'm afraid no one has such ability. Could he be an inner sect disciple? The crowd of Donghuang sect outer sect disciples had already begun to suspect that the young man in white before them was an inner sect disciple of the Donghuang sect. "Even if you are an inner sect disciple, my father will not let you off. Don't even think of running. I'll remember you. Just you wait." A shrill and angry voice rang out. It was Fang Luanjie, crawling to his feet pathetically. He looked at Zhou Donghuang viciously, then limped away quickly. It was obvious that he had gone to get help. Zhou Donghuang continued to ignore him, only looking quietly at Hong Yunfei. Under Zhou Donghuang's gaze, Hong Yunfei was completely stunned. He did not expect that the person in front of him not only knew about what had happened between him and Qin Dandan, but was also an inner sect disciple of the Donghuang sect and had now recognized him. Before this, no one in the Donghuang sect had seen through his identity, let alone known that he had once been involved with Qin Dandan. As a result, he had indirectly become enemies with the high and mighty Donghuang sect leader, Zhou Donghuang, as well as Zhou Donghuang's adoptive mother. Looks like I can no longer stay in the Donghuang sect. Perhaps I won't even be able to leave the Donghuang sect alive. Although Hong Yunfei had been mentally prepared for this from the moment he had first entered the Donghuang subsect, he still felt a sense of despair and regret. However, when he really faced it, he still felt a wave of despair and regret. He regretted that he had not rejected his father's order to pursue Qin Dandan, and had not resisted the temptation of entering the Valley of the Medicine Masters and becoming a disciple there. Chapter 320. Hong Yunfei, who was being stared at by Zhou Donghuang, had lost all hope. The young man in white before him was obviously an inner sect disciple of the Donghuang sect. Otherwise, he would not have been able to send Fang Luanjie flying with a single slap. In front of such a person, and with him staring at him, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Senior brother. Seeing that the young man in white was much younger than him, Hong Yunfei finally mustered up his courage. He had wanted to call him junior brother, but when he remembered that Zhou Donghuang was an inner sect disciple and was much stronger than him, he hurriedly changed the way he addressed him. I was young and insensible in the past. If you really want to report this matter, no matter how the higher-ups deal with it, I, Hong Yunfei, will accept the consequences. However, if senior brother is willing to let me live, I, Hong Yunfei, will be eternally grateful. As he spoke, Hong Yunfei bowed to Zhou Donghuang, but his expression was extremely solemn. He knew that his life or death was in the hands of this person before him. Senior brother Yunfei? The outer sect disciple named Xiaoyong finally recovered from his shock. Seeing Hong Yunfei bow to Zhou Donghuang and say something that he did not understand, he looked at Hong Yunfei with a puzzled expression. Xiaoyong, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave. Hearing Xiaoyong call out to him, Hong Yunfei looked at him and sighed. Senior brother, he is a fellow disciple that I met in the subsect. He has nothing to do with my past. Hong Yunfei, who was afraid that the person before him would cause trouble for Xiaoyong, explained hurriedly. However, Zhou Donghuang did not respond to Hong Yunfei. He continued to look at Hong Yunfei quietly. Now his thoughts seemed to have drifted back to the past. He had returned to 1,000 years ago. The turning point was Chun Danden's betrayal, and the source of her betrayal was the person before him. If he had returned to 1,000 years ago, he would have killed Hong Yunfei with a single slap if he had the ability to kill him. However, after he had established the Donghuang sect and stood at the top of the Xian planet, he had completely forgotten about Hong Yunfei. Perhaps, from the beginning to the end, he had never taken Hong Yunfei seriously. As for now, this was the first time he saw Hong Yunfei in person. This was a person he should have hated, but it did not cause any ripples in his heart. The surrounding crowd of outer sect disciples was also a little confused. What was this inner sect disciple trying to do? Hong Yunfei seemed to have something on him, but why did he ignore Hong Yunfei? Right now, Hong Yunfei was looking at the white-robed young man with a perturbed expression. There was an indescribable anxiety in his heart, and he wasn't sure if the other party was willing to let him off. Just when the atmosphere was a little quiet, a voice suddenly came from afar. The voice was filled with anger. Father, it was him. He's the one who hurt me. The voice attracted the attention of a group of outer sect disciples. They looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that Fang Luanjie had returned. Now, Fang Luanjie was limping behind a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was of medium build and wore a long blue robe. His appearance was similar to Fang Luanjie's, but at this moment his eyes shone with a cold light, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. It's Elder Fang Danming. All the outer sect disciples present recognized this person. This inner sect senior brother is going to have a hard time today. Although he is an inner sect disciple, Elder Fang Danming's father is an inner sect elder, the inner sect elder of the inner sect disciples. Yes, if it was an ordinary outer sect elder, he might have to worry about the inner sect disciples' backing and whether there is someone important behind him. But Elder Fang Danming is different. His father is an inner sect elder. This inner sect senior brother is going to be severely punished. Whether it is Elder Fang Danming or his father, they are both famous for being protective. 2 years ago, senior brother Fang Luanjie was injured by an inner sect disciple, and that inner sect disciple was later expelled from the sect by senior brother Fang Luanjie's grandfather, who was an inner sect elder. All the outer sect disciples whispered amongst themselves, and their gazes towards Zhou Donghuang were filled with pity. In their opinion, even if this inner sect disciple was not expelled from the sect, he would not have a good ending. Unless, of course, he had someone even stronger backing than Fang Luanjia's grandfather, who was an inner sect elder. When Fang Luanjia pointed his finger at Zhou Donghuang, Fang Donming's gaze locked onto Zhou Donghuang, and he walked to Zhou Donghuang's side, glaring at Zhou Donghuang. "What's your name? Whose inner sect disciple are you?" Fang Danming asked, trying to find out more about the person in front of him. After all, some inner sect disciples were disciples of the core elders of the Donghuang sect, and their backgrounds were so strong that even he and his father, who was an inner sect elder, could not afford to offend them. Of course, most of the inner sect disciples were either under the tutelage of an inner sect elder or under the tutelage of an outer sect elder. There were even some who didn't have any tutelage of an elder and were just ordinary inner sect disciples without any background. Inner sect disciple? Zhou Donghuang's gaze finally shifted from Hong Yunfei to Fang Danming, who said, "I was an inner sect disciple. You're his father?" Zhou Donghuang's gaze shifted from Fang Danming to Fang Luanjia, who was standing behind him, and he said, "It is the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. As a father, you are responsible for your son's arrogance today." Furthermore, he just said that with a word from him as an outer sect elder, you would cut off the spirit stones that the other outer sect disciples receive every month. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's gaze on Fang Danming became sharper. Sensing Zhou Donghuang's gaze, Fang Danming's heart skipped a beat. Not an inner sect disciple? Furthermore, he was not afraid of him, an outer sect elder, and looked very confident. Could it be, you are a core disciple? Fang Danming's expression froze, and his voice trembled slightly as he asked. In the Donghuang sect, there were few core disciples above the inner sect disciples, and every core disciple was a disciple of a core elder. Their status in the Donghuang sect was comparable to that of an inner sect elder. And because of their shocking background, even the inner sect elders were not willing to provoke them. Although they were not respectful to them, they were still polite. However, after asking this question, Fang Danming could not help but frown. He suddenly remembered that he had seen all of the 10 or so core disciples in the Donghuang sect, but not this person in front of him. Could it be that he was a newly promoted core disciple? "I am not a core disciple." Just as the surrounding outer sect disciples, including Hong Yunfei, were shocked by Zhou Donghuang's identity as a core disciple, Zhou Donghuang once again opened his mouth to deny Fang Danming's words. "Not a core disciple." Fang Danming frowned. Not an inner sect disciple, not a core disciple. Could it be that he was only an outer sect disciple? However, there should not be anyone so strong among the outer sect disciples, right? "Father, I think he is just a kid trying to sneak into the Donghuang sect. Look at his waist. He does not even have a Donghuang sect identity token." At this time, Fang Luanjia, who was standing behind Fang Danming, looked as if he had discovered a new continent and stared at Zhou Donghuang's waist. "You have to know that even the mother of our Donghuang sect leader, Madame Linlan, and the sister of our sect leader, Lady Yinlu, usually have the identity token of a core elder of the Donghuang sect hanging on their waist. And everyone who comes to visit the Donghuang sect, including the guests brought by Madame Linlan, will also have a visitor's identity token hanging on their waist when they walk around the Donghuang sect. This is the rule of the Donghuang sect. Even Madame Linlan sets an example, not to mention others. In my opinion, he is just an outsider who has trespassed into the Donghuang sect and is just trying to be mysterious." As Fang Luanjia spoke, he stared at Zhou Donghuang fiercely and shouted, "According to the rules of the Donghuang sect, trespassing into the Donghuang sect is punishable by death." Hearing Fang Luanjia's words, Fang Danming regained his composure and asked again, "Your Highness, which senior member of the Donghuang sect are you a guest of?" Fang Luanjia's words had already amused Zhou Donghuang, and now Fang Danming's words made him even more amused. "I am not anyone's guest." "Then who brought you into the Donghuang sect?" The Donghuang Peak is the territory of the Donghuang sect, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Fang Danming's tone became even more hostile. No one brought me in, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. Zhou Donghuang said calmly, I came by myself. When the crowd of Donghuang outer sect disciples saw how calm the young man in white was, they had initially thought that it was just a misunderstanding. But now, after hearing his words, they were all dumbfounded. He was not a guest of the senior members of the Donghuang sect. No one brought him in. He came here on his own. Wouldn't that mean that he had trespassed into the Donghuang sect? Haha! At this time, Fang Luanjie could not help but laugh out loud. I knew it. He must have trespassed. Father, now that he has admitted it himself, there is no need to be polite with him. He trespassed into the Donghuang sect, and he deserves to die. Fang Luanjie stared at the young man in white with a crazed look in his eyes, as if he could already see the scene of his father, Fang Danming, killing him. Hand him over to the law enforcement hall, and they will deal with him, Fang Danming said after a moment of silence. He also wanted to kill the young man in front of him with his own hands, to avenge his son. However, seeing the confidence and fearlessness that Zhou Donghuang had shown, he hesitated. If Zhou Donghuang had a powerful background, then wouldn't killing him create a hidden danger? Even if the Donghuang sect was not afraid of Zhou Donghuang's background, it did not mean that he was not afraid. Just as Fang Luanjie was about to say something, Zhou Donghuang looked at Fang Danming and said calmly, before sending me to the law enforcement hall, shouldn't you first deal with your son and yourself? He said in front of everyone that he could cut off an outer sect disciple's spirit stone supply with just one word. The faultless chapter of Donghuang the Great will continue to be updated. There are no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark it. If you like Donghuang the Great, please bookmark it. Donghuang the Great updates the fastest. Donghuang the Great. Chapter 321. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail signs /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Fang Danming couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he saw that the young man in white was still pestering him about this matter. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. Once things got out of hand, even if his father was backing him up, he would inevitably be punished. You'd better not pester me endlessly. Fang Danming glared at Zhou Donghuang angrily, and his eyes were cold. If not for the fact that he was afraid that the person in front of him had a background that he could not afford to offend, he would have already killed him. After you've dealt with your son and yourself, I'll go to the law enforcement hall with you. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Fang Danming and said with a mocking smile, Before that, I'm not going anywhere. Father, since he's courting death, grant him his wish. Fang Luanjie's gaze turned cold as he spoke in a cold voice. On the other hand, Fang Danming was already a little angry. Now that his son was fanning the flames, his inner calmness started to crumble. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Follow me to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, I will personally execute you on behalf of the Donghuang sect. On behalf of the Donghuang sect. Fang Danming had already thought of a way out. Today, in front of a group of outer sect disciples, he said that he would represent the Donghuang sect to execute the person in front of him. Even if the person in front of him had some background, his background would not dare to target him, or else it would be targeting the Donghuang sect. Moreover, the Donghuang sect was recognized as the #1 sect in the entire Xian planet. He did not think that the background of the young man in front of him would be able to compete with the Donghuang sect. In the end, it could only be left unsettled. On behalf of the Donghuang sect, Zhou Donghuang smiled brightly. Do you think you are fit to represent the Donghuang sect? In the Donghuang sect, you're just a worm. Worms. As Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, all the outer sect disciples present, including Hong Yunfei, felt a sense of relief. Some of them had suffered at Fang Luanjie's hands before. Even those who had not suffered at Fang Luanjie's hands did not like him and his father, Fong Danming. However, after venting their anger, they looked at Zhou Donghuang again with a tinge of pity. "You're looking to die." Zhou Donghuang's words finally drove Fong Danming crazy, and with a roar he shook his right arm. In the next moment he didn't seem to make any movements, but on his right hand 30 feet of true energy surged out, revealing his cultivation of the Khanate level. Then, with a shake of his body, he approached Zhou Donghuang in an instant. Bang! In the air, 30 feet of inner qi coalesced into a giant palm, crashing down on Zhou Donghuang's head. The air exploded, and it was obvious that the palm wanted to kill Zhou Donghuang with one hit. As an outer sect elder of the Donghuang sect, Fong Daming's strength was far beyond that of his son, Fong Luanjie, who had just entered the Xiantian stage. However, to Zhou Donghuang it made no difference. Whoosh! Many of the spectating outer sect disciples instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness the bloody scene of Zhou Donghuang being killed. The giant palm formed from qi landed on Zhou Donghuang's body and strangely dissipated. As for Zhou Donghuang himself, he stood there unscathed. When the inner qi in the giant palm landed on Zhou Donghuang's body, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, completely disappearing. This strange scene caused the spectators who had not closed their eyes to stare in shock. Fong Danming, who had attacked, stared at the young man in white in disbelief. How is this possible? As for those outer sect disciples who had their eyes closed, they had only opened their eyes after sensing the strange atmosphere. They were all confused by the scene before them. What's going on? Did Elder Fong Danming stop in time? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Donghuang looked at Fong Danming calmly, then reached out with his hand and grabbed at the air. In the next moment, Fong Danming's entire body was lifted into the air. Khanate adepts did not have the ability to use their physical body to fly. This was an ability that only adepts of the primal core stage and above had. This meant that Fong Danming had been restrained in the air by the young man in white. What kind of technique is this? Looking at the scene before him, Hong Yunfei felt his scalp go numb. Even a primal core adept might not be able to do something like this, right? As for Fong Luanjie, who had been standing behind Fong Danming, he was now so frightened that he sat on the ground and stared blankly at the scene before him. How is this possible? Who are you? In the air, Fong Danming, who felt as if his neck was being restrained by something, asked in a trembling voice as he stared at the young man in white in front of him with his hands clasped tightly around his neck. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang's entire body rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye he was looking down at Fong Danming, who was struggling to raise his head to look at him. This scene naturally caused everyone present to feel a wave of cold air rising from the soles of their feet to their heads, flying in the air. This was the technique of an adept of the primal core stage and above, and in the Donghuang sect, only the inner sect elders and above had a level of practice above the primal core stage. Such a young primal core adept? A primal core adept has such a technique? To be able to immobilize someone in the air. Even the strongest golden essence, adept among the primal core adepts, might not have such a technique, right? Who is he? Including Hong Yunfei, the group of outer sect disciples present all looked at the young man in white in shock. He can't be. Suddenly a thought flashed through Hong Yunfei's mind. He remembered that the young man had looked for him earlier and had mentioned Qindandan, and he suddenly thought of someone. If it was him, it was normal for him to have such abilities. Just as Hong Yunfei's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with fear as he looked up at the white figure in the air. The handsome young man, who was dressed in robes whiter than snow, finally spoke in a calm tone, Zhou Donghuang. As the young man in white spoke, Hong Yunfei instantly collapsed to the ground, and everyone else fell into a deathly silence. Fong Luanjie, who had already collapsed to the ground, was so scared that he wet his pants, and the stench filled the air. Sect leader. Fong Danming, who was trapped in the air, narrowed his eyes, and his face was filled with fear and despair. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person in front of him was the mysterious sect leader of the Donghuang sect, who was revered like a god. Normally, to be able to see the sect leader in person would be something to be happy about, something to brag about. But now he was only left with regret. Allowing your son to be domineering, abusing your power for personal gain, offending your superiors, and even trying to kill me. I sentence you to death. Do you accept this? Zhou Donghuang looked down at Fang Danming and asked calmly. Hearing this, Fang Danming's face was filled with despair. Then the person who had been alive and well suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated with the wind. Below, on the arena, the group of outer sect disciples were not shocked by the scene before them. Instead, they all looked at the white figure in the air with admiration. Sect leader. This was the sect leader of the Donghuang sect. They had finally seen him. Freezing wind. Zhou Donghuang stood in the air with his hands behind his back as he slowly uttered these 3 words. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire Donghuang Peak. In just a few breaths' time, a ghostly black figure had already appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang. Young master, no sect leader. Freezing Wind looked at the young man in white before him. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. He had known that his young master had returned a few days ago, but when he found out that he was recovering his inner yuan after helping He Jin detoxify, he had not come to disturb him. These few days, he had been waiting for his young master to summon him. Now, his young master had finally summoned him. After almost 5 years, Freezing Wind's appearance had not changed much, but the most significant change was in his aura. Freezing Wind had replaced Zhou Donghuang as the deputy sect leader of the Donghuang sect, and in these few years he had gradually developed the aura of a leader. However, even though his aura had changed, his loyalty to the young man before him had not changed at all. It was all because of the young man before him that he had been able to reach this stage in his life. If not for the young man before him, he might still be a lowly bandit in a remote place. Young master. Young master. After Freezing Wind, Zhou Han and Zhou Feng also arrived. The youths of the past had now grown up and become much more mature. However, when they saw Zhou Donghuang and Empress Zhou, their excitement was no less than Freezing Wind's. Call him sect leader. As Freezing Wind corrected them, the 2 of them hurriedly addressed Zhou Donghuang as sect leader, and the excitement on their faces did not fade for a long time. Not bad, you did not slack off. With a sweep of his divine will, Zhou Donghuang detected the cultivation levels of Freezing Wind, Zhou Han, and Zhou Feng and nodded in satisfaction. As for Freezing Wind and the other 2, when they heard Zhou Donghuang's praise, it was as if they had eaten honey, and they smiled like children. When the group of outer sect disciples below saw this, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their Donghuang sect deputy sect leader Lung and the 2 core elders, Zhou Han and Zhou Feng, were all famous for being cold people, but now they were smiling like this. Was this real? Many people wondered if they were dreaming. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, the outer sect elder, Fang Danming, allowed his son to be arrogant and tried to kill me. He has already been executed. Fang Danming's son, the outer sect disciple, Fang Luanjie, used his status to bully his fellow disciples, offended his superiors, and spoke rudely to me. His cultivation should be destroyed, and he will be expelled from the sect. As he said this, Zhou Donghuang looked calmly at Fang Luanjie, who was lying on the ground and peeing in his pants. As for the latter, when he heard Zhou Donghuang's punishment, he had already fainted from fright. He seems to have a grandfather who is an inner sect elder of our Donghuang sect. Zhou Donghuang asked Freezing Wind. Yes. Chapter 322. Investigate this person thoroughly, Zhou Donghuang said coldly. If he is clean, then there is no need to touch him. If he is not, then destroy his training and kick him out of the Donghuang sect. Although he had the power to decide the life and death of anyone in the Donghuang sect with a single word, Zhou Donghuang had no intention of doing so. If a sect wanted to be strong and united, then it had to be as fair as possible. Even as the sect leader, he could not abuse his power for personal gain. Only then would he be able to convince the masses. Yes, Freezing Wind respectfully accepted the order. At the same time, he immediately ordered Zhou Han and Zhou Feng to investigate Fang Kunli thoroughly. On the arena below, when the outer sect disciples heard Zhou Donghuang's words, they knew that the inner sect elder, Fang Kunli, was finished. They all knew that Fang Kunli could not be clean. At the same time, they looked at Zhou Donghuang with fiery eyes. Even now, they still could not believe it. This young man who had been so close to them was actually the elusive sect leader of the Donghuang sect, the most powerful man of the Ziyun planet. No wonder I felt that he looked familiar. Now that I think about it, he looks exactly like the statue I had erected in the central square of the Donghuang Empire. It's just that the statue did not have the aura of a real person, so I could not react in time. An outer sect disciple smiled bitterly. Now that you mention it, I also remember that statue, although it looked like the sect leader, it did not have the aura of the real sect leader. Aura is not something that can be represented by a statue. Ever since the Donghuang sect was established a few years ago, few people have seen the sect leader. Some even said that he had left the Ziyun planet. Who would have thought that after so many years he would appear here? Now, as they stared at the white figure hovering in the air, the group of outer sect disciples finally understood that Fang Jingji was a saint. Why was this person not wearing an identity token? Why did this person say that he was not brought to the Donghuang sect by anyone? Why did this person say that he was not an inner or core disciple of the Donghuang sect? It turned out that he was the elusive sect leader of the Donghuang sect, the faith of the Donghuang Empire. Although the sect leader of the Donghuang sect had not appeared for many years, the legend that he had created was something that no one had been able to break. When he was young, he had risen from a small, remote town. In less than 10 years, he stood at the peak of the Ziyun planet and founded the Donghuang sect. He was also recognized as the most powerful person in the Ziyun planet. Zhou Donghuang, Hong Yunfei, sat on the ground, paralyzed. Looking at the white figure in the sky, he felt his body stiffen and turn cold. Would he be calculative with him? Hong Yunfei's heart was filled with anxiety. Only when Zhou Donghuang floated away under the watchful eyes of the crowd and disappeared from Hong Yunfei's sight did Hong Yunfei heave a sigh of relief. That's true. With his status and position, it would be beneath him to be calculative with me. Moreover, although he recognized me just now, he didn't seem to have any hostility towards me. Perhaps he didn't intend to bicker with me from the start. Thinking of this, Hong Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he could not help but laugh bitterly. To think that a few years ago, before I decided to enter the Donghuang subsect, I wanted to thank him for killing Qindandan and indirectly avenging me. And now, I don't even have the courage to see him again, much less thank him. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yunfei relaxed his slightly stiff body and trembled as he tried to stand up. Senior brother Yunfei. Just then, Xiao Yong, who had looked in the direction that Zhou Donghuang had left, finally regained his senses and immediately went to Hong Yunfei's side to help him up. As he did so, he could not help but ask curiously, "Senior brother Yunfei, the sect leader, seems to know you? You are also from the Yunfeng prefecture, where the sect leader was young. Could it be that the two of you have crossed paths in the past?" Xiao Yong was obviously very curious about this. Many of the surrounding outer sect disciples also looked at Hong Yunfei in surprise. Facing Xiao Yong's question, Hong Yunfei could only laugh bitterly, although it was not really a secret. However, he still did not dare to speak carelessly. The sect leader of the Donghuang sect obviously would not hold it against him because of what had happened in the past, but that might not be the case for others. Some people, in order to curry favor with the sect leader, would very likely act first and report later and directly attack him. He did not want to be targeted by others. This time, Zhou Donghuang returned to the Ziyun planet. It had been almost 5 years since he had last left the planet. This amount of time was not considered long in the eyes of any martial adept in the universe who had succeeded in their cultivation. However, in the context of the Ziyun planet, it was considered not a short period of time. Almost 5 years had passed, and the Ziyun planet was peaceful. Of course, in this peace, the Donghuang sect had also grown from its original foundation of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to a point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the other top sects of the Ziyun planet, or even surpass them. Before Zhou Donghuang left, the former head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo, became the deputy sect leader of the Donghuang sect and took over the management of the Donghuang sect on Zhou Donghuang's behalf. After that, Su Mo had more or less taken care of the Donghuang sect. Seeing that the Donghuang sect was in good order and was growing stronger by the day, after bidding farewell to Zhou Donghuang's mother, Linlan, he handed the Donghuang sect over to Freezing Wind. As for himself, he shut himself away to train and break through to the Dharma stage because he had the heavy responsibility of protecting the Donghuang sect. In the past, the most powerful person in the Donghuang sect was Su Mo. They did not spread the news of Zhou Donghuang's departure from the Ziyun planet, nor did they dare to spread it. Who knew what the other top sects of the Ziyun planet would think of the Donghuang sect without Zhou Donghuang as their leader? After all, the wealth that the Donghuang sect possessed was a great temptation to the other sections. Although there was a formation that Zhou Donghuang had left behind on the Donghuang Peak where the Donghuang sect was based, it could only be used for defense, and when the spirit stones supporting the formation were used up, the formation would be useless. The Donghuang sect needed a strong practitioner to hold the fort. Under such circumstances, Su Mo felt a great deal of pressure. After handing the Donghuang sect over to Freezing Wind, he shut himself away to train and rarely appeared in public. Even those who entered the Donghuang sect later on did not know of the existence of Su Mo, the former deputy sect leader. It was as if Su Mo had disappeared without a trace. How hard-working, just one more step. On the side of the cliff of the Donghuang Peak, there was a cave that had been opened by someone, and this was where Su Mo shut himself away to train. Now, a white figure appeared silently in the cave, looking calmly at the middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. The white figure was Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang's divine will landed on Su Mo, and it was not difficult to find that Su Mo's level of practice was stuck at the last bottleneck of the ultimate primal core stage. Furthermore, it took him a long time to break through. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Zhou Donghuang retrieved an elixir from the space ring on his finger. With a flick of his fingers, the elixir flew out and was brought into Su Mo's mouth, entering his body. Just as Su Mo sensed it, and his body trembled slightly, his eyelids about to open, Zhou Donghuang spoke. Focus completely on training and continue to use the 1,000-star sword technique. I will help you. Master? Just by hearing the voice, Su Mo could tell who it belonged to. It was his master, who had left the Ziyun planet for almost 5 years. Master had returned. Su Mo's heart was filled with excitement. However, when he discovered that an external force had entered his body and was driving the true essence in his body, he quivered and hurriedly calmed himself down. Then he continued to use the 1,000-star sword technique to train. When the technique in his body had completed a full cycle, Su Mo once again began to break through the last bottleneck of the ultimate primal core stage. In the past, he had tried to break through this bottleneck hundreds and thousands of times, but he had not been able to do so. In fact, he had been traumatized by this. But now, with the help of his master, he was no longer traumatized, and his entire body was filled with confidence. Boom! In the instant that his inner yuan broke through the bottleneck, even though Su Mo had been mentally prepared, he could not help but be overjoyed. He had broken through. He, Su Mo, had broken through to the Dharma stage. Thank you, Master. Ignoring the inner yuan in his body, Suemo immediately opened his eyes and was about to stand up and kneel down to Zhou Donghuang to thank him. However, one of Zhou Donghuang's hands was like a towering mountain, pressing down on his shoulders and pushing him back. Continue to focus on your training. The elixir that I just gave you still has a lot of power left. It should be enough to help you completely solidify your early Dharma stage training. I will help you as well. In the next 2 days, Zhou Donghuang stayed by Sumo's side, helping him to solidify his newly attained early Dharma stage. After 2 days, Sumo's early Dharma stage was completely solidified. When he opened his eyes again, his face was full of excitement. Thank you, Master. Suemo knelt on the ground and thanked the white silhouette standing at the entrance of the cave with his hands behind his back. His voice was full of respect. Zhou Donghuang stood at the entrance of the cave on the side of the cliff. As far as he could only see the white clouds outside. It's been hard on you these few years. Zhou Donghuang turned to look at Suemo. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force swept out and lifted Suemo up. Not at all, not at all. Suemo was shocked when he felt this invisible force that rendered him unable to resist at all. He had originally thought that after breaking through to the Dharma stage, even if he was still not as strong as his master, he would at least be closer to his master. But now he realized that he had been overthinking. In less than 5 years, when he faced his master again, he felt like a dwarf facing a towering mountain. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. Master, your current stage of training? Suemo took a deep breath and could not help but ask. He really wanted to know whether it was his imagination or reality. The ultimate primordial soul stage. Zhou Donghuang's tone was extremely calm. Chapter 3:23. Before Zhou Donghuang had spoken, Suemo had already begun to wonder if his master had already entered the primordial soul stage. Otherwise, why would he give off such a feeling? He felt that if his master had already entered the early primordial soul stage, it would already be an exaggeration. After all, when his master had left the Xian planet, he had not even entered the Dharma stage. In less than 5 years, to advance from the ultimate primordial core stage to the early primordial soul stage was already very impressive to him. He did not even dare to think about what would happen after that. And now, ultimate primordial soul stage? When Zhou Donghuang's calm voice reached Sumo's ears, Sumo's expression froze, as if he was completely stunned. Of course, although he was stunned, Sumo's brain was still working. Ultimate primordial soul stage? From the ultimate primordial core stage to the ultimate primordial soul stage. Other than the 4 stages of Dharma, it seemed like he had also surpassed the 3 stages of primordial soul? In less than 5 years. Master, how did he do it? At this moment, Suemo could clearly hear his own heartbeat thumping. It was unprecedentedly powerful. Just as Suemo finally regained his composure, Zhou Donghuang's calm voice rang out again. Zhou Donghuang's calm voice rang out once again. Although I am only at the ultimate primordial soul stage now, killing an early divine transformation adept is not a problem for me. Suemo fell into a daze again. His heart, which had just calmed down, was beating even harder now. When Suemo regained his composure again, he realized that his master had already left, and he did not continue to stay in the cave. After all, he had secluded himself here to break through to the Dharma stage. Now that he had successfully broken through, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. Xiao Lu, where are Big Gold and Little Gold? After leaving Sumo's retreat, Zhou Donghuang went to the residence of his mother Lin Lan and his sister Yin Lu. He sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and held Yin Lu in his arms. He smiled and said, "This time, besides Lu Qinghu, who is far away in the subsect, I haven't seen them." Big Gold and Little Gold were the 2 golden-crowned eagles that Zhou Donghuang had tamed years ago. When he had left the Xian planet, they had successfully become primordial core demons. "Big brother, Those two fellows always go out when they have nothing to do. They usually go out for 10 days to half a month. But this time, they seem to have gone out for a long time. Yun Lu frowned and said, "In the past, they never went out for more than a month. But this time, they haven't returned for almost 2 months. It seems like they've gone crazy playing outside." They left a few days before Big Sister Mingxi, Big Brother Dazhuang, and Uncle Hijin arrived. Hearing Yun Lu's words, Zhou Donghuang nodded. "What level of practice are they at now?" "I just broke through to the ultimate primal core stage a few months ago," Yun Lu said. "He's already at the ultimate primal core stage?" Zhou Donghuang nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Looks like none of you are slacking off with their level of cultivation. If the two of them were together, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the entire Ziyun planet. Furthermore, those sects with golden essence adepts all know their identities. Even if they were to see them, they would not dare to make a move on them." Yun Lu giggled and said, "The two of them rely on this point to often go to those sects to eat and drink. Furthermore, when they leave, they often take away quite a number of spirit stones from those sections. This is just like what they do." Zhou Donghuang also laughed. In the current generation of the Ziyun planet, there were a total of 5 top sects that stood at the peak of the planet. They were the Dongwang sect, the Xinguang sect, the Qinqiu sect, the Tianwu sect, and the Shuya sect. Before the Dongwang sect appeared, there were also 5 top sects on the planet of Ziyun. The Xianyin sect had been destroyed by Zhou Donghuang. As one of the top 5 top sects on the planet of Ziyun, the Shueisha sect had a long history. However, the Shueisha sect had lost a late primal core adept at the Ziyun Grand Banquet 5 years ago, and it was the Shueisha sect leader at that. After that incident, the Shueisha sect's position among the top 5 top sects on the planet of Ziyun fell to the bottom. Usually, when the disciples of the Shueisha sect went out, they would feel that they were weaker than the disciples of the other 4 top sections. This was because the adepts in their sect were not as strong as the adepts in the other sections. The base of the Shueisha sect was located in a blood-red grassland. The grass on the grassland was all blood-red, and from afar it looked as if it had been dyed with blood. This place was also known as the Bloodleaf Plains, and was the territory of the Shueisha sect. Anyone who trespassed almost never had a good ending. At this moment, in the backyard of a vast mansion in the base of the Shu sect, there was a skinny old man dressed in gray, who looked like a bag of bones, sitting cross-legged in the air. His entire body was covered in a blood-red glow. Threads of blood-red light extended from the 2 corpses lying on the ground in the backyard and entered his body. One could see that the threads of blood were becoming weaker and weaker. When the last thread of blood entered the old man's body, the old man's aura trembled, and then a strong aura swept out. At the same time, a small portion of the old man's snow-white hair turned black. In addition, the old man's skinny body expanded like an inflated balloon. Finally, not only did he return to his normal body shape, but he even seemed to be slightly muscular. The old man's old, skinny face also changed dramatically. Not only did he become fleshy, but he also looked like a middle-aged man. Who would have thought that not only would I not die this time, but I would also benefit from this misfortune, allowing me to break through to the primordial soul stage? The old man grinned, and then looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. His eyes lit up. These 2 ultimate primordial core, golden-crowned eagles are really nourishing. A few months ago, when he was trying to break through to the primordial soul stage, he had been chased by his enemies and escaped into space. He had been running around aimlessly and finally accidentally landed on this planet. He had thought that he would definitely die, but unexpectedly, not only did he not die, he successfully broke through to the primordial soul stage, and his lifespan increased by another 400 years. The old man's body, which had been like a candle in the wind, was once again filled with vitality, and he was back to his prime. Two little golden-crowned eagles actually managed to reach the ultimate primordial core stage on this planet, where spirit energy is thin and martial arts are backward. What a miracle! Looks like the leader of the Donghuang sect, Zhou Donghuang, did indeed have a fortuitous encounter. Before I leave this backward planet, I will make a trip to the Donghuang sect and steal Zhou Donghuang's good fortune. The old man murmured to himself, and as he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with greed. At this moment, whoosh, 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 3 figures appeared out of thin air from afar, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in the courtyard. They all bowed respectfully to the old man. Congratulations, Senior, for successfully breaking through to the primordial soul stage. These people were the new Xuesha sect leader, who had been chosen after Zhou Donghuang had killed the previous Xuesha sect leader a few years ago, as well as the 2 elders of the Xuesha sect. 1 late primordial core stage and 2 ultimate primordial core stage. 3 months ago, the gray-robed old man before them had appeared on the Bloodleaf Plains, where the Xuesha sect was based. At that time, they could have killed the old man. However, the old man had said that he was an ultimate Dharma adept, and if they saved him, he was willing to teach them a secret technique that allowed them to absorb the blood essence of beasts to train. At the same time, after he recovered from his injuries, he could help them unify this planet, which had thin spirit energy and backward martial arts. They were tempted. Therefore, after some discussion, not only did they take the old man in, they even provided him with a large number of beasts so that he could absorb the blood essence of these beasts to recover from his injuries. A month ago, the old man's level of practice had been restored. At this time, the 2 golden-crowned eagles of the Donghuang sect once again came to the Shu sect. In the past, although they were angry with the 2 golden-crowned eagles for doing as they pleased in the Shu sect, they could not do anything about it. They could not kill the eagles, and they did not dare to hurt them. They could only allow the eagles to do as they pleased in the Xuesha sect. However, this time they did not intend to let the 2 golden-crowned eagles go, and they asked the old man to kill the eagles. The old man's level of practice had been close to a breakthrough, and with the help of the blood essence of the 2 ultimate primordial core golden-crowned eagles, he had finally broken through successfully today. A primordial soul adept, which had never appeared in the history of the Xian planet, had been born in the Xuesha sect. I will not go back on my word about what I have promised you. The old man looked at the 3 men from the Xuesha sect indifferently and said lightly, "Tomorrow you will bring me to the other 3 sects besides the Donghuang sect. I will help you kill all the adepts of the late primordial core stage and above in those 3 sections. Finally, I will go to the Donghuang sect and kill all the adepts of the late primordial core stage and above, as well as the Donghuang sect leader, Zhou Donghuang. However, no matter what Zhou Donghuang's fortuitous encounter is, I will not leave it for you." Just as the old man finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 men from the Xue sect lit up, and they expressed their stance in unison. "Senior, you helping us kill the adepts of the late primordial core stage and above of the 4 major sects is already a great blessing to us. How could we dare to covet anything else? Only someone as important as you, Senior, is worthy of Zhou Donghuang's fortuitous encounter." At the same time, the 3 of them did not forget to remind the old man that Zhou Donghuang was not simple. "Senior, 5 years ago, Zhou Donghuang was able to kill early Dharma adepts with his late primal core cultivation. Based on his level of training in the past, he must have entered the Dharma stage by now. As for which level of training he has reached, we can't be sure. So, Senior, it's better for you to be careful." The old man did not comment on the trio's reminder. When the early Dharma adept you mentioned died, he had just broken through to the Dharma stage and had not had the time to train his Dharma power. Furthermore, he did not have a Dharma spirit weapon with him. As for me, although I have just broken through to the primordial soul realm, I have a primordial soul spiritual weapon to rely on. Moreover, it's a mid-grade primordial soul spiritual weapon. The old man's face was full of pride and confidence. You can all rest assured that Zhou Donghuang will not be able to do anything to me. The faultless chapters of East Royal Great Emperor will continue to be updated. There will be no advertisements on the website, so please collect and share. If you like East Royal Emperor, please collect. East Royal Emperor updates the fastest. East Royal Emperor. Chapter 324. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Donghuang had returned to the Ziyun planet. It had been more than a month since he had returned to the Donghuang sect. Over the past month or so, he had also taken out the harvests he had obtained from some planets in various star fields, filtered out the things that could be used by the people around him, and distributed them one by one. There were spirit stones, spirit fruits, and core drugs. In this month, he had not left the Donghuang sect at all. Besides practicing, he spent most of his time with his mother and sister, Yunlu. Big brother, another month has passed, and Big Gold and Little Gold have not returned yet. Are they all right? Yunlu asked Zhou Donghuang worriedly in the courtyard. It was as if she needed Zhou Donghuang to comfort her. Don't worry. Zhou Donghuang smiled and said, You said it yourself, their level of practice has already reached the ultimate primal core stage. 2 golden essence demons. Even if you look at the other 4 top sects of Ziyun, none of them would be able to keep them here. Even if a Dharma adept were to appear in any of the sects, they would not dare to take the risk of attacking Big Gold and Little Gold. 5 years ago, I killed a Dharma adept. They have not forgotten that. They have not returned yet. Something must have happened, or perhaps they encountered something fun and had too much fun. When they return, Big Brother will help me teach them a lesson so that they will not dare to play as much as they did this time. As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang's expression became serious. Big brother, you are not allowed to bully them. Yunlu sat in front of the stone table with her hands on her hips. She said seriously to Zhou Donghuang, You are now a primordial soul adept. What if you do not control your strength and break them? Xiao Lu, they are more resilient than you think. Zhou Donghuang laughed. Furthermore, the higher the level of practice, the better the control of one's own strength, so you don't have to worry about me not controlling my strength well. That still won't do. Yunlu shook her head angrily. These few years, when Big Brother was gone, they were the ones who played with me. They are my good friends. Big Brother, you cannot bully them. All right, I won't bully them, Zhou Donghuang reached out and pinched Yunlu's angry face. He smiled helplessly. Big Brother will listen to me, all right? Xiaolu knows that Big Brother is the best. Yunlu threw herself into Zhou Donghuang's arms and hugged his arm. Her delicate face was full of smiles. Young master, are you there? Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard, and there was a hint of urgency in the tone. Come in. Zhou Donghuang could tell that it was Freezing Wind's voice, and he saw Freezing Wind walk in with a serious expression. Young master. In public, Freezing Wind addressed Zhou Donghuang as sect leader, but in private he still addressed Zhou Donghuang as young master. Just now, a severely injured elder of the Divine Light sect rushed to the Donghuang sect and said that he wanted to see you. After he saw me, he told me something and asked me to tell you, and then he died. I can see that he rushed over with one last breath. If not for my obsession, I would have died long ago. A few years ago, only those close to Zhou Donghuang knew that he had left the Ziyun planet. Outsiders did not know at all. Of course, Zhou Donghuang had not shown himself in the past few years, and some people suspected that he had left the Ziyun planet. Everyone knew that the spirit energy on the Ziyun planet was thin, and there were many planets with more spirit energy than the Ziyun planet. In the eyes of those who suspected, Zhou Donghuang was such a genius that he would not be willing to waste his time on the Ziyun planet. Therefore, they felt that the possibility of Zhou Donghuang leaving the Ziyun planet was very high. What is it? Zhou Donghuang's expression became slightly serious. An elder of the Divine Light sect had rushed to the Donghuang sect to see him despite his injuries? It was hard to imagine what could have caused an elder of the Divine Light sect to act like this. Zhou Donghuang had a very good impression of the Divine Light sect. After all, even the Donghuang sect had been given up by the Divine Light sect in the past. He said that the Divine Light sect was destroyed. It was done by the Xuesha sect. As Freezing Wind spoke, he seemed to think of something, and his expression became even more serious. The Xuesha sect? Zhou Donghuang frowned slightly. Didn't you say that after I killed their leader, the Xuesha sect became the weakest of the 5 great sects on the Xian planet? The Xuesha sect had the ability to destroy the Divine Light sect? Could it be that there is some hidden story behind all this? In Zhou Donghuang's view, under normal circumstances, even if the Xuesha sect leader had not died at his hands a few years ago, the Xuesha sect would not have had the ability to destroy the Divine Light sect. Not to mention now, if all this was true, there must be something that he did not know. Freezing Wind's expression was solemn, and his eyes showed fear as he nodded his head. His originally anxious tone became even more urgent. The elder of the Divine Light sect said that the people of the Xuesha sect who went to the Divine Light sect were not led by the current leader of the Xuesha sect and the 2 Golden Essence elders. Whether it was the Xuesha sect leader or the 2 Golden Essence elders, they all followed respectfully behind a middle-aged man with gray hair and a gray robe. The middle-aged man in the gray robe attacked and killed the Divine Light sect leader with a flip of his palm. Then the Golden Essence elders of the Divine Light sect were also killed by that man. At this point, Freezing Wind looked at Zhou Donghuang. Young master, even an early Dharma adept might not be able to do this, right? Zhou Donghuang frowned slightly. There is actually an adept of this level in the Xuesha sect? The elder from the Divine Light sect said that the middle-aged man in the gray robe did not seem to be from the Xuesha sect. The Xuesha sect leader and the 2 Golden Essence elders of the Xuesha sect addressed him as senior. If he was from the Xuesha sect, he would definitely be their elder. They should not address him as such, Freezing Wind said. Not from the Xuesha sect? Zhou Donghuang raised his eyebrows. It seems that he might be an adept from outside of the Xian planet. Brother. At this point, Yunlu, who was in Zhou Donghuang's arms, spoke up. Her tone was anxious. Big Gold and Little Gold have not returned. Could it have something to do with this adept from outside of the Xian planet? Before Big Gold and Little Gold left the last time, they told me that this time they planned to go to the Shu sect. As Yunlu finished speaking, her delicate face was filled with worry. Hearing Yunlu's words, Zhou Donghuang's expression changed as well. Young master, the elder of the Divine Light sect, also said that the Xuesha sect's target is not just the Divine Light sect. The Xuesha sect wants to unify the entire Xian planet with the help of that person. Freezing Wind's expression became more and more serious. Young master, could that person be more powerful than you and Senior Hijin? Probably not. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Not to mention that in this part of the galaxy where the planet of Xian is located, adepts above the primordial soul stage are rare. Even in the surrounding galaxies, there are at most a few primordial soul adepts. It is rare to find adepts above the divine transformation stage. That person should be a stronger Dharma adept or a primordial soul adept. Based on the situation in the surrounding galaxies of the planet of Xian, Zhou Donghuang had his own conjectures. You should know where the Xuesha sect is located, right? Zhou Donghuang asked Freezing Wind as he carried Yunlu and stood up. I know. Freezing Wind nodded. Follow me to see the valley head. Immediately after, Zhou Donghuang brought Freezing Wind to look for Hijin. On the way there, he did not forget to comfort the restless Yunlu in his arms. Xiao Lu, don't worry. Big Gold and Little Gold will definitely be fine. Of course. He only comforted her verbally. His heart sank as he had a bad feeling about this. If there were no adepts above the Dharma stage appearing on the planet of Xian, he would not be worried even if Big Gold and Little Gold's trip this time was a little unusual. But now that he knew that an outsider had arrived on the planet of Zune who had the ability to kill a golden essence adept with a single blow, he could not help but worry. Dong Huang, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Seeing Zhou Donghuang rush over, He Jin's expression turned serious. Could it be that the Qi dynasty has found their way here? Nope. Zhou Donghuang's originally anxious emotions eased after hearing He Jin's words. I have only told third senior sister about the location of the planet of Ziyun, and I have not told anyone else. When I returned, it was impossible for anyone to follow me. If someone weaker than me had followed me, I would definitely have noticed. If they were stronger than me, there would be no need for them to follow me. They would have already killed me. Zhou Donghuang said, Then why are you here? Hearing this, He Jin felt that he was making a big fuss out of nothing. If the Qi dynasty had really known that they were here, they would not have waited so long to look for them. Valley Head, there seems to be an outsider who is above the Dharma stage in the Xian planet, and he has colluded with a sect called the Shueisha sect in the Xian planet. I want Freezing Wind to bring you to the Shueisha sect to find out the truth. As for me, I intend to stay behind to guard the Donghuang sect. Based on the information we have, that person could come to the Donghuang sect at any time. Zhou Donghuang said, All right, I will make a trip. He Jin nodded. Naturally, he also knew that on this planet where martial arts were so backward, a single Dharma adept, excluding the few of them, was more than enough to rule over this planet. With the speed of a divine transformation adept, He Jin returned with Freezing Wind in less than 2 hours. However, whether it was He Jin or Freezing Wind, both of them did not look too happy. What is it? Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling about this. Freezing Wind glanced at Yunlu, who was in Zhou Donghuang's arms. But before he could avert his gaze, Yunlu noticed something amiss. Uncle Cold Wind, did something happen to Big Gold and Little Gold? Chapter 325. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail signs small/say net there was no pop-up window for free reading. Faced with Yun Lu's anxious question, Freezing Wind's expression became more and more ugly. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Zhou Donghuang as if he wanted to say something. Speak. Zhou Donghuang asked in a low voice. Young master. Freezing Wind took a deep breath. When I went to the Shueisha sect with Senior He Jin, we discovered that all the adepts of the primal core stage and above had left the sect. Also, at this point, Freezing Wind paused for a moment before continuing. At the back of one of the Blood Fiend sect's residences, we found the rotting corpses of 2 birds. Based on their wings and size, they seemed to be Big Gold and Little Gold. Almost as soon as Freezing Wind finished speaking, Yunlu burst into tears. Then her cries stopped abruptly, and she fell into Zhou Donghuang's arms. After confirming that his sister had only fainted, Zhou Donghuang heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes began to burn with anger. Because of this, I specially captured a few disciples of the Shueisha sect nearby and questioned them to confirm their identities. Because of this, Big Gold and Little Gold had been to the Shueisha sect before and scared many of the Shueisha sect disciples. Most of the disciples knew them. Some time ago, a strong practitioner appeared in the Shueisha sect. Even the Shueisha sect leader and the Golden Essence elders of the Shueisha sect were respectful to him. Big Gold and Little Gold once again came to the Shueisha sect. The Shueisha sect leader invited that strong practitioner to kill them. He only used 2 moves to kill Big Gold and Little Gold. After saying all this in one breath, Freezing Wind took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Donghuang worriedly. Young master, my condolences. Freezing Wind knew Zhou Donghuang's feelings for Big Gold and Little Gold. It was definitely no less than Yun Lu's feelings for Big Gold and Little Gold. Zhou Donghuang looked at He Jin, and when Zhou Donghuang looked over, He Jin also said, Look at the wounds on their bodies. It was the work of an ultimate Dharma adept. After they died, their blood essence was sucked out. This means that they were adepts who practiced evil techniques. He Jin revealed his findings. Ultimate Dharma stage. A cold light flashed in Zhou Donghuang's eyes. A mere ultimate Dharma adept dared to be so presumptuous on the Xian planet. And he even killed Big Gold and Little Gold? Big Gold, Little Gold. The scene of him meeting the two golden-crowned eagles for the first time surfaced in his mind. Then he thought of all the times he had spent with the two eagles, and the rage in his eyes grew even more intense. It was like a prairie fire that could not be controlled. Someone's coming. Just as Zhou Donghuang was reminiscing about the two golden-crowned eagles, He Jin seemed to notice something and suddenly looked into the distance. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang also looked over. Immediately his divine will swept out, passing through the clouds and discovering a group of people approaching. Almost at the same time that Zhou Donghuang discovered them, a voice came from that direction. Zhou Donghuang, sect leader of the Donghuang sect. I heard that you are the most powerful man in the Ziyun planet. I have come to learn from you. Almost at the same time that the voice came, the group of people had already passed through the clouds and arrived at the side of the Donghuang Peak, led by a middle-aged man dressed in a long gray robe. It's the new leader of the Shueisha sect and the two golden essence elders of the Shueisha sect. Even from a distance, Freezing Wind immediately recognized the three people behind the middle-aged man in the gray robe. Young Master, the person in the lead should be the one who killed Big Gold and Little Gold. Freezing Wind once again looked behind the person in the lead, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Whoosh! Just as Freezing Wind finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang had already carried the unconscious Yun Lu into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the group of people from the Shueisha sect, led by the middle-aged man in the gray robe. By the time Zhou Donghuang stopped, He Jin and Freezing Wind were already behind him. Sect leader. At the same time, accompanied by a respectful greeting, the scholarly Suemo also arrived. Behind him, Zhou Han and Zhou Feng also appeared. There were also many figures flying over from all directions. Among them were He Mingxi and De Zhuang. Even Lin Lan, Yang Zishi, and Ren Jiape had come. In the past few years, Yang Zishi and Ren Jiape had stayed in the Donghuang sect and trained very hard in order to catch up to Zhou Donghuang. Now, like Lin Lan, they were both primal core adepts and could fly in the air. In just a few breaths' time, a large group of people had gathered behind Zhou Donghuang, and they were all basically the upper echelons of the Donghuang sect. Greetings, sect leader. The group of people bowed respectfully to Zhou Donghuang, who was standing at the very front. At this moment, even on the mountainside of the Donghuang sect, not far behind, as long as it was possible to stand, it was also filled with people. These people were all disciples of the Donghuang sect. Is that the mysterious sect leader of our Donghuang sect? The group of Donghuang sect disciples fixed their gazes on Zhou Donghuang's back, their eyes burning with passion. Almost every disciple of the Donghuang sect saw Zhou Donghuang as their idol. Even if they had never seen Zhou Donghuang before, it did not change their respect for him. This was because Zhou Donghuang was too famous on the Ziyun planet. Zhou Donghuang was not only the youngest primal core adept on the Ziyun planet, but he was also recognized as the most powerful person on the Ziyun planet. Zhou Donghuang, Hong Yunfei, was also in the crowd, looking at the white figure standing in the air at the very front with a complicated look in his eyes. Although he had seen Zhou Donghuang leave the last time and did not hold it against him, he had guessed that Zhou Donghuang would not find trouble with him. However, it was all just a guess. Later on, he was still a little worried. It was only recently that his worries had gradually subsided. I never thought that there would be someone who would dare to come to our Donghuang sect and challenge our sect leader. Is he questioning our sect leader's strength? Now, not only did many disciples of the Donghuang sect say this, even the Donghuang sect elders standing behind Zhou Donghuang in the air said the same thing. Who is this person? He clearly knows that our sect leader is the most powerful person on the Xeon planet, but he still dares to come and challenge us. Many people stared curiously at the person in front of them. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a long gray robe, his long gray hair flowing down his back. Behind the middle-aged man was another old man dressed in red, his face glowing, and two other old men who looked very old. It's the Shueisha sect leader, Wang Jin. Beside him are the two golden essence elders of the Shua sect, Xue Chan and Meng Yidong. Among the senior members of the Dongwang sect, someone quickly recognized the three people behind the middle-aged man in the gray robe. They were the three most powerful and had the highest status in the Shueisha sect. At the same time, many other Dongwang sect members recognized the people from the Shueisha sect behind them. They were all elders of the Shueisha sect. Furthermore, without exception, they were all primal core adepts. It's actually people from the Shueisha sect. This Shueisha sect has long been at the bottom of the top 5 sects of the Xeon planet. How dare they challenge our Donghuang sect? Are they joking? Who is that middle-aged man in the gray robe? Even the leader of the Shueisha sect and the two golden essence elders of the Shueisha sect are following behind him respectfully. Could it be that this is the source of the Shueisha sect's confidence? After finding out that the group of people behind the middle-aged man in the gray robe were from the Shueisha sect, the elders and disciples of the Dongwang sect immediately became excited. Even more people's gazes fell on the middle-aged man in the gray robe. Some of the older elders of the Donghuang sect were the first to be on guard. The leader of the Shueisha sect and the two golden essence elders are definitely not people seeking death. I'm afraid they have come with ill intentions. Who is this middle-aged man in the gray robe? After a while, many of the elders of the Donghuang sect once again looked at the middle-aged man in the gray robe, curious about his identity. Just now, it was this person who had directly challenged the leader of the Donghuang sect. Zhou Donghuang, we meet again. At the same time, the leader of the Shua sect, Wang Jin, who was standing behind the middle-aged man in the gray robe, stared at Zhou Donghuang with hatred in his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Previously, you killed my senior brother. Today, the Shueisha sect will make you pay with your blood." Your senior brother? Zhou Donghuang glanced at him lightly, unable to recall if he had met him before. Perhaps he had met him in Xianyan City during the Feast of Xian? The leader of the Shueisha sect, whom you killed in Xianyan City 5 years ago. Wang Jin said coldly. "Oh, it's him, I remember now." Zhou Donghuang nodded and asked bluntly, "Then you have come today not just to bring people to challenge me, right?" "Of course," Wang Jin said matter-of-factly. "Today, we have come to destroy the Donghuang sect." Speaking of which, because of you, Zhou Donghuang, the Donghuang sect is very lucky that our last stop is the Donghuang sect. The Qianqiu sect, the Xinguang sect, and the Tianwu sect have all been destroyed by the Shueisha sect. From today onwards, the Shueisha sect will unify the entire Xian planet, and we will be the strongest. As he spoke, Wang Jin's eyes lit up. As Wang Jin finished speaking, besides Zhou Donghuang, Freezing Wind, and He Jin, everyone else's expressions changed. The Shueisha sect destroyed the Qianqiu sect, the Xinguang sect, and the Tianwu sect? Is this a joke? Looking at the leader of the Shueisha sect, Wang Jin, he doesn't seem to be joking. Does the Shueisha sect have the ability to do so? Perhaps not in the past, but now that might not be the case. After all, the group of people from the Shueisha sect seems to be led by this middle-aged man in gray, and this man in gray just threatened to challenge our sect leader. This middle-aged man in gray is definitely not simple. He could very well be a Dharma adept. So what if he is a Dharma adept? 5 years ago, the sect leader killed a Dharma adept. With the sect leader's talent and power of understanding, after 5 years, he must have become even stronger. It is no secret on the planet that the sect leader killed a Dharma adept. The sect leader's martial arts talent is also no secret. If the people from the Shueisha sect dare to come, They must have confidence in this man in gray. Chapter 326. Hearing Shueisha sect leader Wang Jin say that they had already destroyed the Qianqiu sect, the Xinguang sect, and the Tianwu sect, the senior members of the Donghuang sect all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Very quickly, all eyes fell on the middle-aged man leading the group of Shueisha sect members. The middle-aged man had a sturdy figure, and his long gray hair was draped over his shoulders. He stood in the void, and his gray robe fluttered in the wind. He had an otherworldly aura, giving off the feeling that he was an otherworldly master. Just as Shueisha sect leader Wang Jin was enjoying the sight of the Donghuang sect members before him, Zhou Donghuang spoke. Unify the Ziyun planet? Where does the Shueisha sect get its confidence from? As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, most of the people from the Donghuang sect breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at the white figure in front of them with more anticipation. We have to believe in the sect leader. So what if the Shueisha sect destroyed the Qianqiu sect, the Xinguang sect, and the Tianwu sect with the help of others? Our Donghuang sect is not something the Qianqiu sect, the Xinguang sect, and the Tianwu sect can compare to. Exactly. If not for the fact that the sect leader had no intention of dominating the Ziyun planet, our Donghuang sect would have long since destroyed or absorbed the Shueisha sect and the other 3 sections. Many of the Donghuang sect members present worshipped the Donghuang sect leader blindly. Of course, some of the Donghuang sect members were more rational. The Shueisha sect dared to do this because they have confidence in this person's abilities. What level of practice is this person at? The Shueisha sect actually thinks that they can destroy our Donghuang sect with the help of this person. Can the sect leader be a match for this person? While they were rational, the Donghuang sect members were also filled with anxiety. Zhou Donghuang, the Shueisha sect leader Wang Jin, looked at Zhou Donghuang and laughed coldly. Then he looked at the gray-robed man with his back to him and said, Senior Kuyu, I have just declared war on you, but you have yet to say if you will accept. Don't say anything. If you don't dare, then say it. Of course, even if you don't dare, you are fated to die by Senior Kuyu's hands today. As soon as Wang Jin opened his mouth, he praised the middle-aged man in the gray robe, Kuyu, to the skies. Him. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang's gaze finally landed on Wang Jin, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Your name is Kuyu. The 2 golden-crowned eagles of our Donghuang sect were killed by you? Zhou Donghuang's tone turned cold in that instant, as if winter had arrived. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped several degrees in that instant. Not bad. Kuyu lifted his head proudly. Speaking of which, I have to thank the 2 golden-crowned eagles of your Donghuang sect. It was because they provided me with enough blood essence that I was able to break through to the primordial divinity stage. As Kuyu's words left his mouth, a corporeal silhouette appeared on his body. It was like a mountain that covered the sky the moment it appeared. He could vaguely see that within this illusory figure that was as solid as a mountain, Kuyu stood there. He waved his hand lightly, and the illusory figure that was as solid as a mountain moved in unison with him. As Kuyu's primordial soul power appeared, the elders and disciples of the Donghuang sect, who heard his words, all turned pale. Primordial soul. He's a primordial soul adept. Primordial soul adepts are even more powerful than Dharma adepts. Not only do they have a lifespan of 1,000 years, but their abilities are also not something that Dharma adepts can compare to. In our Ziyun planet, there has never been a primordial soul adept. It is said that with the training, environment, and resources of the Ziyun planet, it is impossible for us to produce a primordial soul adept. Even producing a Dharma adept is very difficult. Even if the sect leader has already entered the Dharma stage, will he be a match for this primordial soul adept? At this moment, the originally rational members of the Donghuang sect all had looks of despair on their faces. As for those of the Donghuang sect who had originally trusted Zhou Donghuang unconditionally, their hearts began to waver at this moment. Although the Donghuang sect leader, Zhou Donghuang, was known as an exceptional genius of the Xian planet, the training environment and resources of the Xian planet meant that no matter how exceptional he was, there was still a limit to his growth. In the past, they had heard that their sect leader might have left the Xian planet. It was only now that they found out that the sect leader had not left and was still on the Xian planet. Since that was the case with the training environment and resources of the Xian planet, even if 5 years had passed, how much could their sect leader's abilities have improved? How can he be a primordial soul adept? The Xian planet cannot produce a primordial soul adept. One of the Donghuang sect elders exclaimed. When the Shueisha sect leader, Wang Jin, heard the Donghuang sect elder's exclamation, he could not help but laugh. Of course, the Xian planet cannot produce a primordial soul adept. Senior Kuyu is not from the Xian planet. He is a guest from beyond the heavens, an esteemed guest of the Shueisha sect, this time, after he has helped the Shueisha sect unify the Xian planet. He will leave. Although Senior Kuyu's abilities are enough to unify the entire Xian planet with his own strength, he does not care about a backward planet like the Xian planet. As Wang Jin spoke, the smile on his face became even more radiant. Hearing Wang Jin's words, the majority of the Donghuang sect members had looks of despair. A guest from beyond the heavens, a primordial soul adept. Now he was going to help the Shueisha sect destroy the Donghuang sect. Where should the Donghuang sect go from here? As long as you were the one who killed him. Just as the Donghuang sect members were panicking, Zhou Donghuang spoke again. His tone was as calm as before, and he did not panic at all because of the appearance of Kuyu's primordial soul. Don't you find it strange that your divine can't detect my cultivation base? When Zhou Donghuang spoke again, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Kuyu's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a trembling voice, You detected my divine will." Just now, he had indeed used the divine will unique to primordial soul adepts and above to detect Zhou Donghuang's level of practice. But he realized that he could not detect anything. And for this to happen, there could only be 2 reasons. The first was that Zhou Donghuang had mastered a secret technique to conceal his level of practice, and his divine will could not detect anything. The second was that Zhou Donghuang's level of practice was above his, and his divine will could not detect Zhou Donghuang's level of practice. Naturally, he thought that Zhou Donghuang was the former. After all, the training environment and resources of the Xian planet were not enough to produce adepts above the primordial soul stage. Even mid-Dharma adepts would be hard to come by. To be able to train to the early Dharma stage on the Xian planet, one could say that he was extremely talented. But now Zhou Donghuang had pointed out that he had used his divine will to detect Kuyu, and in his heart he had a bad feeling about this. A mere early primordial soul adept dares to be so presumptuous in front of my little brother? What a joke! He Mingxi, who had unknowingly appeared beside Hijin, looked at Kuyu with disdain and a mocking smile. As for Linlan, Yang Zishi, and Ren Jiepei, although they knew that Zhou Donghuang's current strength was astonishing and that he did not fear the early primordial soul adept before him, their faces were extremely ugly now. This was because their attention was completely distracted by what Zhou Donghuang had just said. Something had happened to Big Gold and Little Gold. When Kuyu heard He Mingxi's words, he looked at Zhou Donghuang doubtfully, and his expression changed slightly. Zhou Donghuang had finally made his move. With his left hand holding his sister, Yunlu, he casually lifted his right hand, and instantly the spirit energy in the air began to stir. Then a frightening wave of inner yuan surged into the sky like a wave, and it crashed down on Kuyu's primordial soul. Under the envelopment of Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan, Kuyu felt as if his chest had been hit by a huge hammer. There was a suffocating feeling, and he could not help but let out a low growl. And at the same time that he felt the immense pressure from the sky, He had a feeling that if he allowed this pressure to fall on him, even if he did not die, he would definitely be severely injured. Break! Kuyu's face turned red, and a knife appeared in his hand. After his inner yuan was injected into it, it began to expand. At the same time, Kuyu's primordial soul also formed a knife in his hand. Under Kuyu's control, the knife slashed towards the translucent inner yuan that was descending from the sky. This was an all-out attack. He did not dare to hold back at all. At this moment, the onlookers all held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold before them, as if afraid to miss a single detail. Bang! A loud bang exploded in the void like a clap of thunder. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kuyu's primordial soul was directly crushed by the force of the falling waves. Then, the knife in Kuyu's hand split open with a crack, and the cracks spread out like a spider web. One had to know that the knife in Kuyu's hand was no ordinary knife. It was an inferior grade, primordial soul spirit weapon. Wah! Kuyu's body could not withstand the force of the blow, and he fell to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with his internal organs. Kuyu only heaved a sigh of relief when the wave of inner yuan that was descending from the sky dissipated. But he was still panting heavily, and the arrogance in his eyes was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by fear from the bottom of his heart. Divine transformation adept. How could you be a divine transformation adept? With a wave of his hand, without even using his primordial soul, just his inner yuan had crushed the inferior grade, primordial soul spirit weapon in his hand. This was not something a primordial soul adept could do. Even an ultimate primordial soul adept would not be able to do so. As Kuyu screamed in fear, the faces of the Shueisha sect members were filled with fear and despair, and the faces of the Donghuang sect members were filled with joy. Zhou Donghuang reached out and patted the back of the little girl in his arms. He called out gently, "Xiao Lu, wake up." Yun Lu gradually regained consciousness, but when she woke up, she burst into tears. Big brother, Big Gold and Little Gold are dead. Big Gold and Little Gold are dead. Xiao Lu does not want them to die. Xiao Lu does not want them to die. Xiao Lu. Zhou Donghuang forced a laugh. We do not want them to die. However, their deaths are already a foregone conclusion.